Monday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, August 4th, 2025. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Banks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway is going to be a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway. The other giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I am going to give you a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But before we begin, most important question today, scale of 1 to 10, how are you doing? There are no wrong answers, especially right now, because I firmly feel, it is my personal opinion, that this is probably going to be the stickiest time in this retrograde season that we're going through. Why do I think that? Because here's the thing. I've been talking about this. We've been going through a lot of this energy that is retrograding out. I like saying retrograding out because that's what it feels like. It's like the energy's crashing out in Aries, right? So we got Neptune and Saturn like crashing out in Aries, if you will, right? And at the same time, we're going through a Mercury retrograde. The thing about it, and I think all of this, and then if that wasn't enough on top of all of that, and I'm going to tell you right now, the thing that is messing with you, okay? I don't hear a darn word right now about Mercury retrograde. Mercury retrograde is not the cause of How dare you? How dare you always? And this is what you get. You see, this is what you get for always blaming Mercury retrograde for stuff. I'm telling you right now, this is the Neptune and Saturn retrograde messing with you right now, my friends. And in fact, I think the Mercury retrograde is helping us right now. That's what I think. Because the Mercury retrograde, I'm going to keep stressing this, Mercury retrogrades are not here to break things. I know everybody feels like it. We talk about Mercury retrogrades like it's gremlin energy. It's not gremlin energy. It is pressure testing. It helps us understand and recognize the difference between a groove and a rut, right? We get caught in our patterns. We get caught in our habits. We do something over and over and over again. We don't think about it. We stop thinking about if there is a better way to do it. And this is why I get really temperamental about this, because whenever we start complaining about Mercury retrogrades, we never talk about the fact that on the other side, right? While there may be those moments that we get frustrated in the wake of the retrograde, in the heart of the retrograde, on the other side of it, what do we find? Innovation. Because frustration plus hope is creativity. And what we're effectively seeing right now, I'm going to tell you right now, potentially a lot of opportunities in this retrograde to be able to heal the heart space, because Mercury is retrograding in Leo, and Leo runs the heart space. And when we got a bunch of planets, we got Neptune and Saturn crashing out in Aries, right? I'm tired of feeling this way. I've been feeling this way too long. There's got to be, and what does the Mercury retrograde say? There's got to be a better way, right? When we add a little bit of that hope to our frustration, right? The Mercury retrograding in Leo says, right? We can't let go of the past, but it's an honor to be able to hold things in ways that feel like they help us innovate and progress upon it. And I'm going to tell you right now, There's potentially a lot of energy right now coming into separation. I am reading these cards right now. There are there are some really, really strong relationships that are coming together right now. In the heart of this retrograde season, in the heart of it. And I'm going to tell you that this is why I'm identifying these as temperance relationships, because even while they're going through a lot of that frustration, potentially even in the space, right? What do we know happens during retrograde seasons? The past returning metaphysically, tangibly, or spiritually. These are the relationships that are being fortified by a good, strong direction sense, right? Because the observation of how we heal is not the space of feeling indulgent in our healing journey, but understanding where we have to apply that work. Now, for masculine and feminine in separation right now, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, I just keep on seeing. I'm going to tell you right now, there are relationships that are coming together via V, fortified audacity, right? The observation of articulating upon something that bothers the self, right? Working through the frustration. And what is the gift of a healthy relationship? The ability to feel energetically validated in the context of the things that we feel frustrated upon. This is having a different impact on masculine and feminine. We were seeing this in the cards yesterday. For feminine, there's a lot of conversations that we're seeing right now as it relates to honoring boundaries, understanding that the healthy relationship is one where we hold our standards and another shares our standards. And that's what's beautiful about a healthy relationship. It's the observation of shared standards. This is why I keep on describing this as these temperance partnerships having really, really strong footing that they're beginning their relationships upon. At the same time, I would not be surprised if some of these relationships are contending and dealing with situations or circumstances from the past, potentially returning. But the observation and the understanding, right? What do we learn with Neptune and Saturn in retrograde together? Time does not heal things. Time makes us forget things. So if these are relationships where, again, someone was trying to apply time, right? Trying to utilize time instead of perseverance to fix something. If there's an energy where another person is coming together in healthy partnership with strong direction sense, an energy from the past that was not necessarily wanting to deal with something, but hoping that time would fix something because it would allow something to be forgotten about, right? If this is the energy that's coming back in that context, like I feel like there's a lot of that energy that's just kind of coming into a very deep space of healing with the observation of the healthy relationship is not one where you create timeouts or you create breaks, right? It's the continual effort that you apply to something that shows the rigor that you are allowed to be able to bring in order to achieve within the relationship. And this is what I keep on seeing, because for a lot of, you'll have to recall that the relationships prior to this moment, the relationships that were coming together from about the time of the solstice period up until the time that Mercury and Venus stationed direct behind Neptune, those were energies that we were identifying as magician partnerships because they were prioritizing the authenticity of the self as the prioritization point of relationship. But these are relationships that are building foundation on concerted effort. The observation that it's not just enough to be able to be in one's authenticity, but to be able to recognize that anything is achievable so long as the work is mutual. This brings us to the energy moving deeper into divine union right now. This energy was going through a bit of a hard time last week. The last couple of weeks for energy moving deeper into divine union, I've been seeing it's been some rough water. Why? Because it's the observation of the understanding of being able to see something from a past in a different context as a direct result of being in a relationship where one did not feel like one was being judged by the potential that you were bringing to the relationship, but by the mutual appreciation of being held and honored in the authenticity of self. There's a lot of those energies that are working through the lesson of understanding that healthy relationship is never built on the context of building into a relationship where you're looking towards the potentiality of a person. The potentiality that you should bring into a relationship should be upon the relationship itself. And this is why we see that this, I'm going to tell you right now, that's what I meant about some energy falling into some separation, but some energy really moving deeper into relationship, potentially even this week. Because again, Neptune and Saturn in retrograde can also be, what are we waiting for, right? The observation of the feeling that when alignment is there and you know it's there, it starts to feel silly to wait because you're not waiting for the maturation of the connection. It's just the solidity that one finds that almost feels like it is energetically fortified. So I would not be surprised if there may be some energy right now moving into divine union. And what are they doing during this retrograde cycle? They're speeding up manifestation timelines. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union. And this is just to show you, that qualitatively there is no place in the field of the frequencies where something is better or worse. Because I feel like this energy right now is most difficult for the energy that is deep within divine union, because you see the fact that we're talking through navigating frustration in creative ways. But when you are in a healthy partnership, the space to put frustration, there's an energetic limitation to the ceiling. There's a limitation to the ceiling. So remember, and you'll recall that I spoke about last week, a lot of the energy coming into divine union, going through a lot of that work in terms of trying to get, like, working through volatility of the self and trying not to project it on counterpart. Well, guess what? Now we see that's occurring right now for the energy deep within divine union. Right? Like working through a lot of that frustration. But that's why I feel like I see a lot of that energy that is continuing to work on that pathwork of understanding. One of the big, like, messages that's been coming through ever since we started into this August retrograde cycle is frustration plus hope equals creativity, right? When we don't let ourselves be burdened by our frustration, but we allow the frustration to inform us, right? To build into that sense of, again, that Mercury retrograde message of saying there's got to be a better way. Bringing that additional quality of hope is allowing a lot of the energy deep within divine union to take unconventional approaches to healing things. But that is also, again, almost articulating upon, you'll recall that a lot of these relationships are those chariot partnerships that were starting from about the time that Mercury and Venus stationed direct behind Neptune up until the time that Mars stationed direct earlier this year. It's like the fortification of a very stable relationship that allows one to move in very unconventional ways. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway, when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We are already at We're already at 8K likes. Thank you guys so much. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed to those who have not received it before. The other giveaway we'll be doing is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter. Channeling, you are highest right now. Wishing you a lot of luck in participating in that giveaway as well. Dada, thank you for those likes. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Good to see you. Grand Rising Little Vamp, Grand Rising Haley. If anyone is on the hold list, please let me know if you would like to be put back on the list today. I'm holding the first spot right now for Minnie, Nicole, because I know that they were on the list yesterday and we had to jump off. But everyone else, if anyone else gets on the list right now, you will be the 3rd person read for. Nikki, thank you for getting on the list today. I've got you number 2. I'm feeling like the universe is not my friend today. And this is what I mean, Little Vamp. This is what I mean right now. The next 3 days, I feel like the fact that the moon is in Sag right now is like, it's like working through that frustration and feeling a little bit of like the gasoline added to everything. I like to point out the fact that we've got Sag moon energy right now is like, it's short fuse meets try me. It's short fuse meets try me. And that's what I'm going to tell you right now. I'm not going to say, I'm not going to say that you're not valid if you're coming into a space of creating, of working through or articulating upon frustration, but make sure, okay, make sure that that frustration is moving you in the direction of the manifestation goal. Okay. I know, listen, that's the only thing I'm going to say about this energy right now. Oh, thank you, channeling. I know it felt like a hair down day. Happy Monday, Purr. Oh, thank you. And listen, I know this energy can feel really frustrating, but just continue to move through it. It's gonna ease up. My guesstimate is once we come out of this, listen, after we come out of the Sagittarian energy right now, we're gonna move back into Capricorn, and then we've got the full moon. This is what I mean about this being like the most frustrating part of the retrograde period. Per, thank you for sharing the live. Hi there, G's. I'm healing and being open to possibility, but it seems that I no longer want to see how it goes. Well, make sure, and I keep on saying, make sure that you are expressing and communicating your perception and relationality to things right now. That's definitely going to help. And Per, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Oracle Erica. How are you doing? We find big emotions. I know that. Well, that's what I mean. Again, little vamp, we've got Aquarius right now. We've got Jupiter and Venus. We've got Jupiter and Venus right now in Cancer. And that can make everybody feel really deeply sensitive or deeply in the feels, right? And it's not, I keep on hearing, it's not about the fact that it's not okay to be deep in the feels. We're supposed to be deep in our feels. But what are we going to keep on saying? Honoring the emotions is not articulating upon the fact that you have them. It's being able to understand and recognize what the emotions are requesting. Okay. That's going to help right now. Hi there, Kelly. Grand Rising, Minnie. Minnie, let me know if you'd like to be added back to the list today. I've got a first spot for you. Enjoying the cool vibes of my voice. Is my voice cool? I'll take it. It wasn't cool a few weeks ago. Remember when I sounded awful? I was like, hello. I sounded like a frog. Hi there, G's. I've been separated and been becoming a better person. I do have habits, but they don't hinder committing. That's beautiful, G's. And again, we're seeing this with a lot of the energy right now in separation, right? It's the understanding, and we were seeing this a lot, especially before we came into the retrograde cycle. We were getting the observation that often the characteristics that will be considered beneficial in a healthy relationship will be articulated as the detriment of an unhealthy one. But that's why I see, like, that's what I meant about the energy being in separation right now, going through that sorting process to recognize like what it is that one is actively working to change versus what one is resolving to heal from. And thank you so much for those gifts, Rainbow. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Grand Rising Oracle Erica. Good to see you. Hi there, Michael. Birthday. I've got a few relationships, and the ones I have are proving themselves bad. Well, I'm happy to do a reading for you in terms of like if you need some advice in terms of how to heal or what you can bring into relationships to try to work towards a manifestation goal that you feel is more desirable. Sending you support on that journey. If you want to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. Oh, thank you so much, Oracle Erica. This is me just not feeling like putting it up. This is me embracing the Sag June energy that just says whatever. Whatever. I'm doing well today, dear. How are you doing? When it's over, it's over. Are you quoting a song, Rainbow? Minnie, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you share the live. I understand. I just had a bunch of people come in, just ask mature. Wait, hold on. I understand. I just had a bunch of people come in and just ask mature intentions and standards. But that's the thing that's important, right? Like healthy relationship can answer reasonable questions. Very unbothered. I hope you're doing this retrograde good as well. Thank you guys for supporting each other through it. Effort. That's what I'm saying. Effort. When I feel one-sided, I'm to myself. Yep. And that's what I keep on, like, I'm going to tell you right now, it's not the fact that I don't see energy falling into separation during these cycles. I'm going to tell you exactly the context that you're going to see those relationships falling into separation. Frustration as it relates to the time it takes to like to create energetic, like to be able to have something that feels like it is stable, right? Because that's what I mean in terms of Neptune and Saturn retrograding together. It's the observation. It's the difference between articulating what one desires versus how one is embodying it. Hi there, Christina. How are you doing today? Yes, I needed this clarity and refocus. Thank you so much, Daisy, for receiving these messages. Grand Rising, Queenie. Grand Rising, Little Hawk. Hope you're doing well today. 1111 tap to claim. Hi, V. How are you doing today? Thank you for those hashtags, Little Hawk. Erica, That's crazy. Me and my partner are going through things that they thought time would heal. And here's the thing about it, right? Like, and we talk about this, the context, and this is the thing that Saturn teaches us. It's like Saturn doesn't heal things by making them go away. Saturn heals things. The thing that Saturn promises, right? Saturn always says to us, like the message we get from Saturn is not like, come with me, I'll make this go away. It's like the energy that says, come with me. Like, I can't take this pain away from you, but I promise that if you follow me a little bit down the road, I'm going to give you something. And that's perspective, right? So it's like the ability to see something and recognize the perspective that's changing within something. Hi there, Rainbow. I'm at there is nothing now, and maybe there never was, truly and done. Sending you support, Rainbow. And that's why I'd say if you're feeling like that right now through this retrograde, I want you focusing on the manifestation goals. I want you writing down what it is that you aspire and desire to find ahead of you so that you can help to heal from anything that is behind you that was not in alignment to it. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Nikki. Oh, thank you. I'll take that. Thank you as well, Erica and Andrea and Andre. Thank you for the follow as well. I like your crazy hair. Thank you, Ace. I'm loving it. It feels apropos for the energy right now. It feels, I don't know, it just feels apropos. I told her, oh, thank you, dear. And geez, I randomly reacted to someone I've been in contact with, and we are off and on now, kids bounded. Well, and I'm going to tell you right now, the one thing we have to be very conscientious too about with like, I'm going to tell you right now with this is what I mean with this Sag full moon, like this, not Sag full moon, but the Sag moon energy that we have right now, like no filter, no filter. But here's the thing about it, and this is what I mean. It's not necessarily a bad thing when it feels like there's no filter, when our heart's in the right place, right? It can allow for a lot of context of healthy, candid conversations. I'm also going to tell you right now, there's going to be arguments that pop up and understanding that we don't resolve. We don't heal things by saying something awful and then saying, I was just being honest. Remembering, like I'm telling you right now, I would not be surprised if this is going to come up during these cycles, right? Remembering that honesty is not a valid reason to hurt somebody, right? Like honesty is not a valid reason. That we handle honesty carefully. That when we're saying something that is honest, we have to be energetically delicate with this. And I bring this up because my Sag babies, I know you have a hard time with this. I have a hard time with this. I know you have a hard time with this. You know, it's a little bit of a challenge point there, right? We have a little bit of issue with the Sages on that. We are both healing. Tap to claim, G's. All right, where were we? Hold on a moment, just catching back up. And Dada, thank you so much for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. One moment, please. Yeah, I'm really trying not to rage at people. It'll ease up in the next couple of days, little vamp. And like I said, the only thing we have to be conscientious about right now is I keep on saying, try me meets short fuse, right? It's a little bit of that. Yes. My guestimas. What's guestimas? Wait, did I miss that, Nikki? What did I miss? Oh, happy day manifest. Okay. Yes. And manifest 2 Virgo new moons, one at 0 degrees, one at 29 degrees. Yeah. And listen, I'm going to tell you right now, this type of energy for those with Virgo placements I'm going to tell you, I feel like this type of energy right now, very, very challenging for those potentially with Aquarian placements and also for those with Virgo placements, because it's working in the space or the context of ideal, understanding that perfect is not arrived toward. It's something that we strive for. Like, just be patient with yourself during this energy because it can create like feelings of being in a rut. So just be conscientious of that manifest if you've got a lot of Virgo placements right now. And continue to do that work when working through grief right now, Rainbow. And I like to point out the space of being able to grieve is the understanding and acknowledging point of the fact that we hold love, right? And that love never goes away. working through the context of what it is that we're aspiring for. So I would definitely say make sure that you're focusing on those manifestation goals right now. Make sure that you're not connecting people to the manifestations. Make sure that you're articulating upon what that feels like, not what you're looking for through another person. V, 7 out of 10. I wish I was further along in my progress, but still proud of myself. Continue to track your progress with V. Like if you're feeling like that, I want you to kind of articulate and say, I am exactly where I need to be, right? We are never late for our own journeys, right? And like I said, let that frustration move into inspiration right now. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Also, I heard mentioned today the Lionscape portal. I never looked into it. Yeah, like it's interesting. I've got like a little bit of a thing with the Lionsgate. It's like I always look for like historical things in relationality to stuff. I'm like, when did this pop? I always say, like, this is just me. Like, I always take the Lions Great with a grain of salt, if that makes sense. But that's just me. Again, that's just me. That's just, I feel like I don't like talking towards things unless I understand them to like in a deeper way. But I do feel like there is something about this particular period that I feel is very activating right now. And I feel like a lot of the activation that we often experience, especially in the beginning of August, is like working in the context of, I said, like feeling like letting frustration create new opportunity, right? Like not letting like, because, and I feel like it's, I feel like there's an anxiety point. I get really I get really concerned when we take this portal approach, when we look at things, because I feel like it sometimes can put too much anxiety on someone or something if they're already trying to do something as it relates to like windows of opportunity. So I feel like even in the context of that, like if you're like feeling frustrated through that, like let this be that activation portal that allows you to move like the frustration into a space that feels like it's like a creative channel, right? It's the observation of being able to recognize and work through frustration in a productive way. Because the only thing I kind of get anxious about when we start articulating, like whenever we start taking portal approaches to things, I feel like it sometimes can create anxiety in those that feel like they're like, especially with like all of the Aries placements already feeling like you're rushed and being like, ooh, like, like, ooh, it's a big activation time. Like, you don't need to activate upon everything. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, you don't need, like, you just need to understand and recognize what that you're working on and be energetically consistent through it, if that makes sense. Yes. Sirius is my favorite star. I know Sirius is a dope star, isn't it? It's a cool star. It's a cool one. Yeah, I did. I had such a frog voice. It was so funny. I was like, I was struggling, man. I was struggling. It was funny. Hi there, Minnie. I think it's the other Minnie. Yeah, I believe you're right, dear. Thank you. And thank you so much for sharing the live, MZ. It was Nicole who I'm looking for. But I told them I hold them the spot on the list. The sport, it was very Marcel the Shell. The minute you said that, I couldn't stop thinking of it. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Purely. Grand Rising, obviously we are working towards our manifestations, but we need more joy, less worry. I'm going to argue on less worry, right? I think it's important. Listen, I think it's important to make sure that one is being mindful when you're moving towards a manifestation goal. And I think that often the context when we are doing something carefully, we should worry. Like, and I like to point this out, like that is like worry is the song of responsibility. But that's what I mean about like navigating a worry in a way that you're taking mindful approaches and intentional approaches to the worry rather than feeling like rather than ignoring it, if you will, if that makes sense. Yep, there you go. I think Rainbow, you put it well. It's the month number and the date numbers. Yep, 8, 9, 10. Yep, it's a beautiful day today. It is a beautiful day. It's beautiful. I'm not sure what I think of the gates as well. They appear to be numerological rather than astrological. That's a good point, Rainbow. We should just create like a study group on them. Okay, sorry. Like that. Sorry, that's the Aquarius moon getting to me. Let's do something interesting. Ella, crazy. Just had someone come out of nowhere that I ended messaging with literally months ago. It's the retrograde. We're going to say it again. Things coming back from the past, metaphysically, spiritually, or tangibly. I don't think it's crazy. I think it makes a lot of sense. Same. I think the portal or any date can be powerful times to manifest. Beautifully said, Minnie. Maybe manifestation goals will be around new path forward in life. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. And Aether, I'm not excited for the September moon. What's going on? I haven't even looked at it. Do I want to look at it? Oh Lord, do I want to look at it? Hold on a minute. I got enough to worry about. What are you showing me now, A3? I got enough to. I don't have time to think about September. What's going on in September? Oh, it's gonna be fun. I see. That's gonna be fun. That's it's gonna be fun. Wow, that is going to be a heck of a full moon, isn't it? It's gonna be wild. Strap in. That's when eclipse season starts, doesn't it? Here's the thing. I do well with eclipses. I know they're not for everybody, but I was born around them. So I know, I feel like I have this theory that if you're born in like a retrograde period, you do better in retrogrades. If you're born around eclipses, you're like, oh yeah, this is fine. That's my personal opinion. But it's going to be an emotional one. Hold on a minute. Whoop, bum, 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 bum. I lost my spot. I got to catch back up. Yep, 8-8 Leo season line gate. Yeah, I can totally get it. Lol, no brutal honesty check. Listen, this is not, don't misquote me, little vamp. I am not, hi there, Amiel. I am not saying that you can't bring radical honesty. Like you can't bring radical honesty to a situation or circumstance right now. In fact, I feel like there's going to be a lot of energy that is deepening connection right now by bringing radical honesty to situations and circumstances, right? The thing we have to understand is the difference between radical honesty and righteous honesty. Okay? What is radical? Radical honesty is being able to take an unconventional approach to being able to articulate upon what one is seeing, right? The free radical, right? The observation of being able to take an uncharacteristically pragmatic approach to something. This type of energy is I told you, all energy can be worked with. This type of energy can be very, very beautiful for that type of healing. We always have to be conscientious about the detriment, and the detriment that I'm seeing right now with this type of energy is making sure that the honesty that you're bringing to a situation is radical, not righteous, right? And what is righteous honesty? Righteous honesty is saying something to hurt another person to feel better about the self in the process of saying it. So I'm going to articulate, it's not that you can't be brutally honest, but make sure that that honesty is radical, not righteous, if that makes sense. I'm trying to fix a short fuse. You're in the right room, A3. You're in the right room. You missed some comments, I think. Oracle Eric wants to, you want to get, thank you for letting me know. I apologize if I missed you, Erica. I'll add you right now. Where were you on the hold list? I see you. I got you. You got the 150K. All right. I got you on the list here. You are going to be after Nikki. Thank you for letting me know. Appreciate that, Nikki. All right. And if anyone else is on the hold list that would like to be added back to the list today, please let me know. I'll be happy to add you back. And if anybody wants to get on the list today, it's a great time to get on the list. I will be on a little bit shorter than I typically am today. So if you want to get on, please do so sooner rather than later. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Yep, it's also a lunar eclipse, Rainbow, from what I'm seeing. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Where are we? Hold on. I'm just catching back up. Yep. And Ella, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Manifest, right? I'm Virgo moon. I'm going to use these new moons to plant good seeds of love. That's a beautiful way to work through that right now, manifest. And I keep on seeing, like, I feel like I actually am really looking forward to this Aquarius full moon. I love an Aquarius full moon because an Aquarius full moon is like, it's embracing our weirdness. It's embracing our uniqueness. It's taking unconventional approaches to things. It's allowing one to dwell in the space of the possible. Is often things like the possible can be something that we can't even imagine that is positive or healthy, right? It's like it's a lot of that thinking bigger than the problem kind of energy. I'll take it. I felt that birth Virgo and Aquarius placements. Yeah, I feel like this type of energy right now, it's going to be easier for fire signs. It's going to be easier for fire. It's going to be easier. I actually feel like it's going to be easier right now for fire and earth signs. I feel like this type of energy for water and air placements, it's like it's mess. It can feel messy. Geez, oh, I'm trying not to rage on. In fact, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna with a lot, and I've got Virgo coming in. And again, it like here, like I want you to like if you're feeling if this feels like there's a lot of anger coming out, I want you to literally write somewhere down. Like, I want you to write down frustration plus hope is creativity, right? It's moving the frustration into something that feels like it is energetically productive right now is going to help. Yes, Aquarius in my spiritual house. So hence the random and weird side. Yes. And that's the thing. And listen, I'm going to tell you right now, the one thing we want to be conscientious about is no disassociating. The only thing about the Aquarius full moon that sometimes that can bring out in us is like the desire, like Aquarians often have to like work on that space of like turning it off or disassociating, remembering we don't turn off our feelings because our feelings always go somewhere. They always go somewhere. Don't you haven't turned them off. You put them in the control room. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay? Uh, Rainbow, I'm sending you so much support on that journey. I saw that you were saying that you're going through some issues with someone. And I hope that, again, I think that when you're going through something like that, being able to articulate and do the things that you need to do that feel like it's best for the self, just kind of honor the work that you're doing at this time and making sure that you're communicating upon your needs so that they can be met. Manifest. I saw someone say the Lionsgate energy is our collective energy that's manifesting its energy. Ooh, I like that. That's interesting. That's an interesting approach, manifest. That's a very interesting. I'm going to think about that. I'm going to like move through that a bit. You're so welcome, Ella. I'm still stuck at the moment. I have a hard time creating in anything. But that's the thing about this right now. It can, with all of these planets retrograding at the same time, it can feel like a rut. It can feel like things are not going at the speed or in the direction that one aspires, especially with the fact that Saturn and Neptune are retrograding together. Ever patient, never waiting. This is a good time to be planning, to be working on those plans, to be working on the manifestation goals if you're feeling like that, right? Like allowing that frustration to fuel you in terms of being energetically productive in terms of how you're going to change something or what you're working on fixing. Hi there, Virtual V. How are you doing today? Yep. Someone I know was a werewolf in your dream last night. Whoa, get on the list. Just a reminder, I do dream interpretations here if anybody would like to get on the list for a dream interpretation. For those that are interested in getting on the list today, we do life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. And if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can put that information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can put it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. What she comes back, when she comes back, I think you meant, geez, I'm clicking to something or supposed to be on my own, just focusing on me, sending you support on that journey, geez. Like I said, if you're in separation right now, make sure you're writing out those manifestation goals and make sure that you're not connecting a person to them so that you can just write like, this is what it's going to feel like when I'm in connection with divine counterpart. This is like what it looks like. This is the shape of it, to help you resolve or work through anything from the past that doesn't feel like it was in alignment to that. The read on Lionsgate peaks in 12th when Sun is in Leo in alignment with Sirius, Orion's belt, and Earth. That's what I read. It's interesting. It's fine. We're gonna be fine, little vamp. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine because we're gonna make it fine. I'm already at the point. I'm bathing in sage, shifting, sniffing the Palo Santo, and drinking the moon water. I like that, or Clarica. Just getting ready. Will it be emotional, or will Pisces be eclipsed? I mean, I got to look into it more, but the thing about, I got to put, I mean, you probably know this, Rainbow, like Pisces full moons always open up a lot of feelings about something, you know, like Pisces full moons are like dealing in the full breadth of our feelings. It's like often the observation of the complexity of emotions. So I feel like being able to go into that full moon feeling very, that's what I mean about like, now is a good time to focus on those manifestation goals, because when we feel emotional about things, right? The manifestation goals can help us remember and stay connected to our energetic direction. I was born in 4 retrogrades happening at once. Wow. Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Mercury. Yeah, we've got another person on the here in the collective, um, who Mona, who Bridget, who was also born during retrogrades. And she says to me, she tells me that she feels really comfortable when retrograde periods are happening. They don't bother her as much. 8-8. Thank you for confirmation, Nikki. The Virgo new moon is a solar eclipse. That's intense too. And Wushu, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, my dear Oracle. Hi there, Wushu. Righteous and versus radical honesty. Okay, I'm learning this right now. You're so welcome, dear. Yeah, getting over things I've had to see in the last year is rough. But I need to point this out, right? It's not about getting over the things we see. It's about resolving, like letting them kind of set our intention, right? And I feel like, and I feel like that's, I feel like, that like that's the pathwork of wisdom, right? Like the pathwork of wisdom is having to see things that are hard to see, but allowing oneself to be grounded within that observation, All right. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Rita. Hold on a minute. I just lost my spot. I'm catching back up. You're so welcome, G's. And Vantasne. Thank you for the roses. I like saying that. Vantasne. Sorry. Yes. And heads up, Carrie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And see, Mike, as is yours, dear. I'm trying to focus on stuff, but I manifest a partner in life. But again, and I feel like, again, like making sure that you're writing down what it is that you're aspiring for in partnership right now is going to help. Lunar eclipse rainbow. I like that. That'd be dope. Wait, when is all of this going down? Well, listen, look, we've got an Aquarius full moon coming up. I believe it's on the 9th. And then we've got I gotta check when the new moon is. The new moon is gonna be, when's the new moon? We got the new moon coming in on the 23rd, right? So I feel like, and then we've got that Pisces full moon in September. So that's what I mean, like just letting this energy now be one. Like if you're feeling that quietude, letting this be a moment where you're setting those manifestation goals, building those plans, it's going to kind of help. Because a Pisces full moon can be really emotional, especially if there's eclipse surrounding it. Oh, I'm ready for it. Like Melly's like, bring it on. Valhalla, I am coming. Wait, yes. Thank you. End of September, new moon. Yep. Thank you for confirming. You're so welcome, G's. I do like intellectualizing emotions, but I've got a Libra stellium. So, you know what I mean? Like, I also see me. It's my Libra stellium. I can, but I'll guarantee you, I can intellectualize something and I can romanticize it just as quickly. I know listen, I know I have a tendency of doing that. But I also like to point out, like, I think that the ability, I think that the funny part is like I can, because I've also got I got a cancer, like I got a Venus in Cancer, which means I can celestialize it. I can also romanticize them just like that. Which one would you prefer? Thank you so much. Oh, thank you, Manifest. My natal chart decided to sample a little bit of everything. What's a break? There you go. Yes, because I'm drowning in it right now. My dream was about, ooh, your dream was about lotteries last night. Well, as I mentioned, we do dream interpretations here. If anybody wants to get on the list right now. And if you get on the list right now, you'll be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Love, absolutely let yourself rest and stay grounded. Absolutely. Prioritizing care of the self right now is key. And don't overly internalize things that are happening right now. When we're going through these retrogrades, it becomes really easy to over internalize. Don't assume anything during retrograde seasons either. Another scattered sleep kept waking up to angel numbers on the clock. Ooh, that's interesting. Do you remember what you were dreaming about? Oh, thank you for the compliment, Rita. I've been seeing werewolves and wolf stuff, and now my kids meet with kids, and they're a wolf pack. They say yeah. I mean, I feel like I think that it's the Aquarius. I told you it's the Aquarius, like Aquarius full moon. I told you it brings out weird things. Brings out weird things. Weird, where, weird. You get it? Right? People understand me more when they're direct. People understand me more than when they're direct. Okay. When you mean they understand you more when you're direct. I mean, typically, I have 5 retrogrades when you were born. Pluto, Chiron, Mercury. How many do you need to feel comfy? I don't know. I mean, I think it'd be interesting to kind of recognize how you feel when those planets are retrograding. I mean, we've got a Pluto retrograde happening right now. We've got a Chiron retrograde happening right now. We've got a Mercury retrograde happening right now. And so this is like, how are you feeling right now? How are you feeling right now? I had a werewolf dream too. Oh, look at this. Everybody's having werewolf dreams. Guys, get on the list, man. I'll interpret some werewolf dreams. We'll get into it. It's usually werewolf dreams are navigating through shadow work, you know? They can often be connected to shadow work. When Earth on the same, hold on, I'm catching back up. Up. Wait, I lost my spot. Hi there, Patrick. When Earth is on the same side of the sun as a planet, that planet appears to be in retrograde. Yes. Is it like when it's half of those specific ones? Yes. It's more predictions I don't want to see happen. Yeah. Well, I feel like, I like to point out when you feel like that, look, list A3, when we feel like that, all we can do is work in the direction that we hope something goes. Right. I feel like, like I feel like I know I know how frightening predicating things can be, right? And that's why I keep on saying allowing a predication to help fortify a solid foundation to try to avoid something. So our outer planets, because they're so far away, we're on the same side of the sun half a year. Beautifully explained, Rainbow. Thank you for that explanation. I was also born during a bunch of retrogrades: Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. Wow. Just like one, like all in alignment. That's pretty interesting. That's an interesting alignment of planets to be retrograding at the same time. I feel pretty fine during retrogrades. Trying desperately to sleep. Yeah, sleep right now is trash. Sleep right now is trash. We got too many planets in Aries, and it's hard to stay down when we've got a lot of planets in Aries. And I'm gonna get, like, again with like the planets retrograding, like small sounds. I would not be surprised because we've got a lot of that sensitivity with Venus and Jupiter being in Cancer. It's like Princess and the Pea energy. So like something that would typically not bother you, you're like, you know what I mean? It's like that. So knowing that it's actually decently common to have retrogrades for outer planets because Moon rotates around Earth at an angle north and south node where rotation on elliptic. Beautifully stated. Hold on a moment. Yeah, it really changed my shadow work into a loving work. That's beautiful, manifest. I can relate because Mercury makes me so nostalgic, but I was born in that RX. Yeah, I feel like Mercury RX gets a bad rap. I think that I don't think you guys know, like, I'm always kind of explaining that. I feel like it's observing, it's like allowing the ability to recognize that they can be very good moments to kind of innovate if we're able to approach the frustration with a sense of clarity. Yep. The alignment is predetermined. How it affects your situation is different for all. Well, yeah, and that has to do with your placement, right? Domina, how are you doing, Heaven? How are you doing today? Wait, are you Leo with Libra stellium? Oh, you're Libra with Leo stellium. Oh, that's fun. We're like opposites. We probably get along great. I get along great with Libras. But again, Libras and Leos, man. You know what I mean? Like Libras and Leos are always like this because the thing is, I love this. Linda Goodman puts it best in the relationship between a Libra and a Leo, which is the thing about it is Libras play people like clarinets. Libras immediately meet someone and they know where all their buttons are, right? And the thing with Libra and Leos is Leos don't like Leos also can read people real quick. And Leos don't like it when people are trying to flatter them. Like Leos can see through flattery like that. So the thing about it is there's something really funny that happens in a relationship with a Libra and a Leo, which is a Libra will try to play a Leo like a clarinet, but the Leo will look at the Libra and say, you have to know, you have to be very invested in knowing me if you know that that affects me, right? Like it's like, it is like the energy where they completely see one another, but they become stronger in the relationship because it's the observation of the experience of being known. It's very interesting. I love Linda Goodman's work in that way. In other words, when the moon is north and south and it aligns with the sun in eclipse. Yep. Love. Thank you as well, Quincy. I realized the werewolves wanted to be understood, not a threat. I told you, it's like often, like when I do in dream interpretations, werewolves also often start popping up when we're doing healthy, like when we're doing shadow work. So, and again, as I mentioned, if you guys would like to get on the list with a dream, I don't need the whole dream. If you've got patches of it, we can usually work through the patches. I often try to do that with my clients, building back into the dream what was missing that we couldn't find. All you have to do if you want to get on the list for a dream reading is send it in the notes when you send the donation or post it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. For those who want to get on the list today, we're doing life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. Hold on a moment. And Nova Seer, thank you for the follow. Tara, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Chris. Prepare, don't predict. I like that, Nikki. Hold on a minute. I don't sleep during full moons. Oh, I know. It's rough, right? I have a hard time sleeping during full moons too. It's just, it's trash sleep. All right. Love reading. How you doing, Quincy? Quincy, if you would like a love reading, you get on the list. I'm happy to read for you on it. All right. I got on the list. I got you on the list, Alexandra. Looking forward to that. If you don't remember all the details, just go ahead and put in the Discord what you can remember, and we'll see what else we can find. Thank you as well, Tara, for the follow. I have too much planning to do to sleep. Oh, God, I feel that in my soul, dear. Noviceer, thank you for the follow. I'm the opposite. I slept great. I feel like my body is needing it. Well, make sure that you're prioritizing rest then, Sue. 3 of my planets are in fall, 3 in detriment, 2 in exalt, 2 neutral. It's a lot of like, there's a lot of like, I always feel like whenever you show me your chart, Rainbow, it's really stretched out. It's like stretched to the limit to some things. It feels rough. No, I sense it. Yeah, Libras and Leos are sextiles. I have both Leo and Sag stellium. Oh, like a Sag stellium. Oh my God. How's that? A Sag stellium is a crime spree waiting to happen. No, I'm kidding. I just clicked in. Okay, good. Oh, I just clicked in. We're talking about Linda Goodman. I love her. I'm a big fan. Good to see you, Kay. And guys, please welcome my mod, Kay Megan. Make sure to give Kay a follow. We want to support each other across the platforms. I have personally been played like a clarinet by a Libra. I will point out a healthy Libra, a healthy Libra will do so in a way that they're very precious of the self, right? Like Libras have to be. Yes. Apologies or accountability. Beautifully said. I have a a splatter chart. I like that. Thank you, Mona. Take it to the limit. I like that, Phoenix. And thank you for the follow forever. Friends, before we get started today, just a reminder, if you are on the hold list and want to get back on the list, please let me know sooner rather than later. A couple of updates before we get started. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the Devil card. Our next class is coming up. It's going to be Wednesday, August 13th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on, I'm so excited for this class, the Tower card. We are going to be studying the history of that card. We're going to be studying the symbology of that card. I'm going to be working you through spread applications, how you can read that card in any direction it may appear in your own readings. I'm also going to be presenting you a unique spread that you can take with you out of that class to channel the messages of the Tower card into your own readings. And all you need to do, if you would like to become part of that tarot class program, is mosey on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary for you to catch up because I'll be giving you an update on everything we've studied prior to that class beginning. But if you wanted to catch up, now is a brilliant time to join, because you got a couple weeks, you got like a week or so. You can do like a class a day between now and the next class, and you'll be all caught up. And you also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've studied or learned thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, but you will also receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library class archive. That is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access, if you choose to receive one, to a one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, meeting towards your tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I try to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also have access to my mystic meditation articles that I release bi-monthly. I'm going to be writing one short. I just wrote one recently on this new moon that we experienced. I'm going to be writing one shortly on how to navigate this full moon that we've got coming up in the next few days. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway is a reading giveaway. I will be gifting a reading to the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Manifest, you are currently our highest gifter right now at 24. The other giveaway we'll be doing right now is when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. We are already at 30K, so keep on tapping that screen. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who haven't received it before. So thank you for doing your part and helping us to share these messages. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Like that. Splatter chart. Oh, it's a real term, is it? I just like you made it. I was picturing, you know, like, what are those, you know, those, what are those, you know, those, you remember those, like, I'm thinking of those, like, those art things that we do, the spiral graphs when we're kids and we just throw the paint in and they go like that. That's what I was thinking of with your chart. A3, I'm a Libra that played clarinet in school, so you're not wrong. I nailed you to the wall, A3. Welcome. Hi there. I'm looking forward to getting a chart reading. Oh, that's beautiful. Absolutely. I know Rainbow. I can imagine Rainbow. Your chart readings must be phenomenal. Mona, I have a 5th house stellium with my 3 retrograde planets: Neptune, Saturn, and Uranus in Sag. Ooh, yeah. That's giving me a lot of energy of like, you give me no choice. You know what I mean? Like that is like. That's a lot of that, like you know, like that's a lot of that, like I'd rather not, but if you insist kind of energy, you know. When I'm ready, yes. My sister is a Virgo sun, with a redonkulous number of Libra placements. Yeah, you know, a Virgo with a lot of Libra placements, that can be really difficult, you know, because it can often, I feel like it can often create the feeling of like having to hold the self to standards, and feeling like it's like it's like it's having to work in the space of like, it's like I want it, the best way I can describe it is it feels like heavy hermit energy, you know. I think my statement before apologizes and accountability got filtered. Not a yay with that context. Oh, I might have misread it too, Phoenix. If you want to repost it, maybe I passed it. Maybe I misunderstood it. And thank you so much, Jose, for the follow. Chris, I keep on getting the same 3 major arcana cards every time I pull for myself. Um, well, that could be like a big message trying to come through. Arcana is usually talking about like deep work that we're trying to do on the self. I can also do readings on readings too. If you have a reading that you're having a hard time like understanding, if you want to give me the reading, I'm happy to try to get my take in terms of what the reading's trying to communicate as well. 5 planets in Libra is like, I mean, listen. I mean, here's the thing. I mean, as someone with the stellium in that, it's a little bit. I like to point out my joke. My joke is my Libra stellium is doing again like a lot of work against my triple fire sign energy. The world is a better place because I have that Libra stellium. You're all welcome. But that's the thing with like having Virgo and a stellium like that can be really heavy because it's not counteracting. It's making one even more particular, if that makes sense. Yeah, the biggest I can tell you, this is like that is someone who's like, no, no, no. You see, technically, like they're that is like someone who understands like the technicality of the technicality. You know what I mean? Like that's what I mean about it. That's like the graphing calculator of being in Virgo, if is what I was reading for. Rachel, thank you for the follow. All right. Yep. That's a beautiful combo though. Virgo, Aquarius, Gemini. You know, like that is some really, that's like a very clear mind, you know, like that is someone who just probably graphs onto like they could have been a physicist. You know what I mean? Like They're like, it's not rocket science, but what if, but I do know rocket science. Yep, a splatter chart means a chart with placements distributed fairly even around the houses. I understand. That makes sense. Thank you for clarifying that, Rainbow. Thank you for confirmation, Mona. No, you haven't missed the collective. We're literally about to get started, geez. You haven't missed anything. You just read me. Oh, thank you, Mona. That's what I do here. Welcome. Yep, you're just in time. And see, Mike, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. How about an Aquarius with a lot of water placements? An Aquarius with a lot of water placements, I mean, speaking about the tendency to try to like, I actually feel like an Aquarius with a lot of water placements can actually be a bit helpful in the same way because, like I said, that ability or that desire to like logically take logical approaches to emotions is a tendency that Libras and Aquarius share. So I feel like often Aquarians with water placements, it's it's helpful so long as the Aquarian is doing the work to make sure that they're not disassociating from the emotions by getting too logical about them, if that makes sense. My sister's not a hermit at all. She's out all the time. She and her husband, no, when I say hermit, you have to understand, when I say hermit, I don't mean like hermit. I don't mean like hermit, like shut-in energy. I mean like hermit, like mind palace kind of energy, if that makes sense. I'm sorry, I should have clarified that. Travel, do lots of activities. Absolutely. Yes. My Leo was an op. What? Oh my gosh, that's wild, Phoenix. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. I hope that you're continuing to heal from that. That sounds awful. I have 5 planets in Sag and 3 in Aquarius. Sag stelliums, like I always want to just sit someone down with a Sag stellium and be like, so what's that like? How's that doing? How are you doing? How's that work? You know? Oh, you're getting the Hermit, the Fool, and the Hero. Wow, those are heavy 3 cards in combination. The Hermit, the Fool, and the Hierophant. I feel like I would not be surprised if you're having some like choices as it relates to direction right now with those types of cards coming up. It's like a little bit of where do we go from here kind of energy. Yep, it actually does. Oh, I'm so glad, Dust. Yeah, logic will only get you about halfway there if you don't process through it. Beautifully said. All right. We're going to continue, guys. So as I mentioned, we're going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you would like to get on the list for a reading, the list is open. If anybody is on the hold list, if you're on the hold list and you want to get off the hold list, please let me know sooner rather than later so I can add you on off the hold list. Speak now, okay? Also, I'm also looking right now. I am looking for Nicole, who got on the list yesterday. I'm holding the first spot for Nicole because I had to jump off yesterday. So if Nicole comes back, please let me know. Aggressively esoteric. I like that combo of words together, Rainbow. Aggressively esoteric. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure that anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Also, friends, we are at 35.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We are doing here for those who are interested. And I'm not going to be on as long today. So if you want to get on the list, please do so sooner rather than later. If you want to secure that spot, make sure you're read today. We are doing, if you'd like to get on the list, you can get on the list for a life path reading, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. If you have information that is relevant to our reading, for instance, if you'd like a dream interpreted or you have a past life you'd like more deets on, go ahead and put that information in the notes when you send the donation or post it over on our subscriber only Discord channel in the allocated channels for those questions. And if you are joining us across the other apps right now, you can you can also get on the list via the same methods that I mentioned. Demaria, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. My boss is a Sag. I should ask if it's a stellium. I love Sag energy though. I have 4 Aries and 4 in Aquarius. Very similar. It is. Yes, emotions are important. Hi, that you doing today, Jeremiah. I hope you're doing well. Nat, thank you for the follow. And can you see how that would sort out Sag energy too? All right, friends, before we get started on today's daily collective read, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I don't want to show this card right now. I don't want to show this card right now because Bridget isn't here. And she's going to be really upset. Bridget is going to be really, I just want to point out, Spirit has jokes, okay? Because for those who are not aware, for the last week, for this whole week, Bridget has been focusing on one animal and it has refused to come out of the deck. And I know what's going to happen when she comes back here. It is not my fault that you guys see this. Do you guys see Spirit's got jokes. Spirit's got jokes. Oh my God, she's going to lose it. She's going to, the moon is in Sag. She's going to lose it. She's going to lose it. She's going to lose it. I'm not telling her. Do we tell her or do we just keep it a secret? Do we keep it a little secret between us? Shh. Oh no. Oh man. I wish I screenshotted that. I'll put it back up. Wait, that's not it. It's gone again. Oh no, she's gonna lose it. I like the fact that I said Spirit got jokes and I went to draw the card to show you the swan and instead it was the fox. Okay? It was the fox. Spirit's like, you bet I got jokes. Oh my gosh. All right, that's where we're starting today. Shanette, thank you so much for the follow. And again, if you guys want to get on the list right now, the list is open. You will be the 4th person read for. And we are also doing 2 contests right now. The first contest is a free reading for the highest gifter. Right now, Manifest is in the lead, and we're also at 38.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Helps if I have a mic on. There we go. We're fine. We're good. We're ready. Dun, 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 dun. Bump. All right, let's get started. Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, August 4th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are, oh my goodness. Should I reshuffle? Okay, let's get to it. We've got here our Ace of Pentacles in its reversal and our Tower card. But I think that this is really important right now because, as I've mentioned, this is what I like to describe. I feel like what we're experiencing right now is probably the roughest energy that we're probably going to experience during this retrograde cycle. All right, let's walk through why. So, and I was talking about this yesterday. We're going to continue that conversation. We got a lot of planets in retrograde right now. And a lot of those planets are retrograding in Aries. Most particularly, I don't want anybody telling me that you're feeling like this because Mercury retrograde right now. Mercury retrograde is not the issue. We got bigger things to worry about. Neptune and Saturn retrograding together can create a lot of frustration as it relates to working through deep lessons, particularly deep lessons related to the past. And the thing about it, and I keep on seeing, the past is beautiful. The past is a library. We learn a lot of things in the context of the past. Neptune and Saturn retrograding together is the observation that when we are working in positive ways, and this is all what we're also seeing with the work that we see with the fact that Chiron is also in retrograde. When we are in a healthy space, we work in the context of the past that articulates and says that we go through things so others don't have to. It's the observation of understanding that the force of love is the pathwork by which we work and we strive to do something in a better way. Now, one of the things that we're effectively energetically seeing right now that's happening with a lot of these planets retrograding was a lot of the work in terms of feeling energetically frustrated can have to do with the observation of, I keep on seeing, the healthy energetic cycles that allow for the context of progress, right? We feel fortified in healthy relationships when we're able to identify how far we've come. The journey of change, even being able to identify and recognize that change. And it's an honor to change, right? It's the space by which we see, like we work through that past to allow us to be fortified in the present. But when we're more in the space of working through frustration, and this is what we have to be conscientious about, we always want to avoid harboring our emotions, right? Because when we harbor our emotions, we dwell within them. And often it can create that space of working through the context of our own frustration. But that's why we've been seeing a lot of the messages coming through in this retrograde cycle is understanding that frustration plus hope is creativity, right? It is the awakening to the possibilities that are before us. But this is why it's so important that we work through the context of what it is. And I keep on hearing healing is not getting rid of things, right? Healing is not the context where you just say, and this is why, again, when someone's going through trauma, there's nothing the worst to say to someone than to say, you got to get over that. You can never get over trauma. But when, and this is why I keep on seeing that the Mercury retrograding in Leo is so empowering and so impactful, particularly in the space of this retrograde, because you'll have to remember that Mercury retrogrades help us understand what we need to innovate upon. So what do we see when we have the blunt, like the force of Neptune and Saturn retrograding together? It's the observation of what we've always felt that says to us there has to be a better way to carry it, right? And that's what we talk about in the realm of honoring feelings, because honoring feelings, and this is a big message that's been coming through, honoring feelings is not being respective of all feelings. Honoring feelings is about understanding and identifying where the feelings come from so that one can understand what to do with them. Because it's also the understanding that we often create the feelings in very traumatizing places, right? The understanding of quality over quantity. And when we're doing that work to understand ourselves, we are qualitative in understanding the emotions that we're working to have something delivered upon, right? The emotions that convey something that we can ask for outside of the self versus something that we're working on internally. So that's what I mean in relationality to this being some big energy right now. I'm going to tell you right now, in the same context that I see energy falling into separation right now, I see a lot of energy deepening into relationship in the midst of a lot of this intensity. And a lot of it that we keep on seeing is respective of the understanding of what one is trying to heal from versus what one is able to heal mutually. Because what we're effectively seeing right now, and the one thing I want to stress is if you feel like and the reason I'm saying that the next 3 days that we've kind of gone through are the most intense of this particular retrograde cycle, center card for today's spread. Yep, we've got that. So we've got the Empress card coming out. And so I want to describe this because the thing is, we've also got, on top of the fact that we've got a lot of the planets retrograding right now, we also had Venus that moved into Cancer. Now, often you have to understand that Cancer can talk towards things that we're energetically sensitive about. Cancer is often dealing in the space of vulnerability. What we already had, right? We already had Jupiter in Cancer, which has been creating a lot of that hypersensitivity that we've been experiencing for like a good portion of this year. To add Venus into Cancer also creates the space of something from the past, right? Something come from the past still rising up and feeling a lot of that vulnerability and sensitivity around it. But this is why I keep on seeing that that Mercury retrograding in Leo is helpful in this context because it works to help us identify and recognize that the way we heal from things is not by forcing ourselves to disassociate and let go, but to change the context by which we carry something. Because when we are carrying trauma and we allow for the context of being able to feel it, we allow it to serve as creating an altar within us. And when we say an altar, we mean an altar as in a change, right? The altar that becomes the alteration of the self that says, right? And this is what we mean with the lesson of Chiron. The journey of becoming the self is not forgetting every bad thing that happened to you, but it's the observation of recognizing how you changed in the wake of it. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of these relationships right now, this impact of how it's occurring in separation, I've got two different modalities that are happening right now in separation. I've got either energy that is working in separation in the context of healing from unhealthy energetic cycles. And what I keep on seeing, and this is what I think is the beauty of Saturn and Neptune retrograding together, because Saturn and Neptune retrograding in such close proximity, what does that say to us? Time does not fix things, right? If these are circumstances or situations where someone was trying to apply time to fix something, it's the observation that time doesn't fix things. Time hopes that we forget. Like time applied to a frustration is the desire for someone to become energetically forgetful, right? And so that context, like that observation, what's beautiful is either these are energies that are potentially in separation, having some kind of energetic situation or scenario of someone from the past energetically returning. But it's the observation that time does not serve as a chalkboard erase moment. It serves as a bookmark. And often, and this is why I wouldn't be surprised if there might be some frustration arising in energy that's experiencing this, right? When we experience a situation where another person is trying to like wait out a frustration, and then they energetically return back to us, and we're in the context of healing from something, and someone tries to like, I keep on seeing like it's almost like the energy that says accountability or nothing at all, like the ability that articulates upon the energetic accountability point by which we identify what it is that one can work through. Like I love these two cards in combination because the Tower card and the Empress card works towards, it's not just navigating the quantity of feelings, understanding that the quantity of feelings sometimes occur and arrive to us in traumatizing situations. So this is the energy that if someone's trying to come back in this context, it's the observation of someone that's either trying to energetically return, hoping that something is energetically forgotten, or the identification point of being able to recognize and identify where the work is. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of energy right now, this is a time where there's some very healthy work being done in relationality to closing or ending some unhealthy cycles that are all being built upon the context of understanding that everything can be healed, but only if the work is mutual, right? Because if there is something that is energetically wrong and the work is not mutual, then another person is not asking to heal something. They're asking us to endure it. And so I keep on hearing that these new relationships that are coming together right now, what are they saying to each other? Love is not an endurance exercise. Like that's what's so beautiful about the conversation, the subtext of the conversation that's happening right now in a lot of these relationships. They're saying to one another, healthy relationships should not be the observation of recognizing how much one can take. It's the work that we do on ourselves that say, I work so that you don't have to, right? It's a lot of that, like, and this is interesting because I told you, because the planets are retrograding in Aries, right? This is often the lesson that we see with those in Aries cycles, because Aries cycles often arrive here as the rebel without a clause, right? The Aries cycles often arrive here saying to themselves, right? If you can't take me at my worst, you don't deserve me at the best. And what does the healed Aries say? If you can't take me at my worst, I don't blame you. That's ridiculous. I am ridiculous. The energy says, like, it's the concession point in understanding that we work to heal so that others don't have to experience us in our unhealed state. Now, continuing to get clarification for a lot of the energy moving deeper into energetic connection right now. Yep. Ooh, I'm sorry. The reason I made that noise is because we have the Four of Swords here in its upright in combination with our Queen of Swords. And the reason I got all excited is because these two cards were in our reading yesterday. Go, if you are watching the podcast, make sure that you head over to the Substack so you can see today's spread. Man, because this is the thing. We ended, I believe, I need to double confirm, but I'm almost positive we ended yesterday's reading yesterday with this Four of Swords. So this is picking up right where we left off yesterday in the conversation on the cards. So what are we effectively identifying here? For a lot of the energy right now, moving deeper into divine union, I keep on getting there's some energy right now that is deep within, that is moving into divine union, that's expediting a timeline. It's a lot of what are we waiting for kind of energy, right? I see some energy right now that is coming into divine union. And you'll remember this energy was going through it. They were going through it a couple of weeks ago, because you'll recall that we articulated upon some of that energy. Those are the magician partnerships that were coming together from about the time of the solstice period up until the time that Mercury and Venus stationed direct behind Neptune, right? The observation and recognition of identifying what one is able to find in healthy partnership. These are not relationships where they're building into the potential of the person, but they're working through the pathwork and the lesson that we never build into a relationship based on the potential of a person, but rather the relationship of the self, of the relationship itself. These are the energies that were not only coming into partnership, but being able to see the past in profound ways, given the mutual appreciation that they're finding in the context of healthy counterpart. And they are so riveted to the relationship itself that I see a lot of this energy saying it feels silly to wait to move towards a manifestation goal, because often we see that type of expedition that occurs when we feel the sense of true alignment. So I would not be surprised if there's conversations happening right now for some energy moving deeper into divine union, like advancing timelines, because it feels unnecessary not to. This brings us to a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, clarification between our Ace of Pentacles in combination with our Tower card in its upright. We've got our Ace of Swords here. Wow. So let's talk a bit about this. And I want to say, so I feel like, and I'm going to put it this way, the place that we're seeing that this energy may feel the most intense right now. And this is just to show you that qualitatively, it's not that one place on the frequency is better than the other. This is the hardest energy right now for the energy deep within divine union, because it's not the frustration the frustration that is potentially working through the progress, right? You'll notice, I'll put it this way, for a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union and moving deeper into divine union, the frustration is the observation of the progress in a relationship, right? It's actually progressing the energy in the direction of healthy partnership right now. But if you're already deeply invested in healthy partnership, this is why this may feel like more of an energetically creative time, and potentially taking unconventional approaches to navigating through frustration. Because you'll recall that we spoke about last week, a big work that we saw that the energy coming into divine union was doing was working on not projecting that frustration onto one another. And often the lessons move up and down the frequency. So this could be a lot of the energy right now, feeling a lot of that energetic frustration, right? It's like it's a little, and again, I feel like the difficulty with the fact that this moon is in Sag right now is it creates that feeling of, I keep on seeing like shortened patience, right? But also a feeling of like wanting to do something. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union is working on not projecting that energetic irritation point onto counterpart, but rather using, right? And this is what that Aquarius full moon tells us. It's a continuation of the counter of the point that frustration plus hope equals creativity, allowing that frustration to be moved into something that feels like it's energetically creative, that helps one feel like, I keep on seeing, getting a better sense of being able to articulate upon an ineffable feeling of, I keep on hearing, an ineffable feeling of energetic frustration. Now, we're also going to talk about this clarification point right now between the Tower card and our Empress card. One card to clarify. Emperor in its reversal. Wow, this spread today is wild. And I need to point this out. We were talking about this yesterday because yesterday we had a lot of alignment cards coming through. We had a lot of alignment cards coming through. You can go on to the Substack to see yesterday's cards. Specifically, we had the Queen, we had the King of Wands in its upright in combination with our Queen of Wands in its reversal. Okay. We also had the Queen of Swords in combination with a King of Cups in its reversal. So these cards predicate about the fact that there are separations that are occurring right now, but there are also a lot of new energetic connections forming. And I'm going to tell you right now, I am not upset. I'm not upset to see an Empress card in its upright and an Emperor in its reversal, because I know this might sound a little bit confusing, but this is the energy of healthy counterpart, because healthy counterpart does not require us to be in the same modality. It's counterpart because it is the observation of being able to step forward when another person needs to step backward. This is like dance partner energy. You see that? You see what I mean? And that's why I was even saying yesterday, like, there's nothing, I get very nervous when I see a Queen of Wands and a King of Wands together. I'm like, oh no. But when we got like a queen, when we got one of those wands upright and the other in reversal, it's the attenuation point in being able to understand that healthy relationship isn't about sticking to an energetic role. It's about identifying and recognizing what another's needs are, right? Because when we're able to be identifiable about what another's needs are, we can be energetically adaptable. That creates a lot of that sense of like, look, this is yin yang energy, right? These are the energetic counterparts that create that energetic circuit. So we see even now, that's what I meant with a lot of these energies that are coming into divine union right now. I'm going to tell you right now what I'm seeing. I'm getting some energy right now that's in separation, that's either going through experiences, energy from the past reemerging, but also taking into accountability the understanding that time does not fix things. Time makes us forget things. And the observation of being able to identify and say, like, I see the energy saying, I'm not forgetting anything, which is the observation of understanding that healthy relationship does not require us to forget things in order to heal. And at the same time, it's the observation of the past that serves as an energetic library, not an armory. Because why would we want to forget from a past? Because that past shows us what we need to see in order to do something in a better fashion. So I keep on seeing that, like, for a lot of this energy, like, I keep on hearing, like, I've either got energy in separation, potentially even like going into argument spaces with energy coming back from the past, and someone bringing up something that, like, bringing up like the space by which they left something, and someone being like, you're still on that, and being like, yeah, of course, why wouldn't I be? Right? Conversation does not get erased over time. It's the observation of being able to pick up where one left off, right? It's the energy saying, yeah, that's where, like, that, like, I keep on hearing standards do not change in the context of time, but often those that do not hold standards will try to create the sense of being missed in order for another person to lower them. And I almost see someone saying, I keep on hearing energy and separation saying, time doesn't change my standards. Time doesn't change our standards. And but often, if like someone is not in a space of wanting to meet them, they'll try to make us energetically miss them instead of serving the energetic standard. And I see some energy, like, again, and this is what I meant about this. I'm telling you right now, this Sag moon, and I'm going to tell you right now, this is the thing you have to be conscientious about: the difference between radical honesty and righteous honesty. which is, I feel like there's a lot of clarification that's coming through right now in this type of energy, where energy is articulating exactly how they feel. And the important thing to understand when we're going through this type of energy is radical honesty is the ability to articulate upon something in a way that just immediately helps another person see something from our own potential, right? The observation of another person saying, let me show you what is happening, right? The observation of being able to see something that is fortified via a view that is not carrying emotionality, versus righteous honesty, which is the space by which we try to be honest, but to hurt another person. And often, and we always want to be conscientious of righteous honesty, because the righteous honesty is the honesty that we try to bring to something, not because it heals, but because we know it hurts. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now. Like, I'm going to tell you right now, I see some energy that has been doing that work of healing in a deep way. And almost as these new relationships are forming, something that another person predicated was going to occur is happening right now. I almost see this energy that said, you said to me that this would happen, almost knowing an unhealthy cycle to such an extent that you were able to predicate how another person would try to effectively come back to something. But that's what I keep on seeing about these relationships starting to move deeper into union, because it's the energy that's, like I told you, how are they becoming together right now? They're articulating on the audacity. And when someone, I keep on hearing, it's not about being nice, it's about being courteous. And when another person is not in the context of wanting to take mutual accountability to work upon something, but rather, right, like another person can almost predicate how, like another person was going to come towards them. I almost see this energy reaffirming to each other and saying, you've got perfect pitch, right? It's almost like the energy saying to each other, you called it, because it's a space by which you understand and recognize the direction that something is going, right? And what's beautiful about these, I told you, these relationships that are forming right now during this season, these temperance relationships, super solid foundation, because this is the energy. I keep on hearing, this is the energy that says, I don't let a lot of big feelings get in the way of my direction sense. I don't allow the fact that, and when we're in a healthy space, we can learn, we can look at our big feelings in such a way that we understand why we have them, but we recognize the quality of them rather than the quantity. This brings us to a lot of the energy right now, moving deeper into divine union, clarification between our Empress card and our Four of Swords, and it's upright. Boom, two of wands. Every time I read for the energy coming into divine union, I keep on getting, what are we waiting for? I feel like I see this energy going, I feel like I would not be surprised right now if there's energy moving into divine union that's rapidly advancing a timeline. These are those magician partnerships. They know what they want. These are those magician partnerships that we said were forming from about the time of the solstice up until Mercury and Venus stationed direct behind Neptune. And here's the thing. One of the things you recognize in healthy relationship is you don't feel forced to move something into a deepening connection because you're not looking to change it. But when you're in a healthy space and you know that it's healthy, it seems silly to wait to act upon it, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like there's a lot of this energy that's just like, they're taking some kind of laissez-faire approach to moving into a deeper sense of commitment, because it's the deepening of commitment that doesn't feel like it's going to change anything. It just feels like it just feels like it's articulating it for others. Like, it's like I see the energy, like, and I feel like, again, it's like that honesty, right? It's like the song of another person saying, you complete me. And when you're in that space of feeling like you're energetically complete, it doesn't, I keep on hearing like the deepening of the connection. I keep on hearing, see the energy say, it feels silly to do anything to even wait upon it. Like, I see the energy just being like, and I keep on hearing like, I keep on hearing the energy say, because it's not going to change anything, it either seems silly to wait, or it doesn't, like it's like, it's almost like them taking a lot more, I keep on hearing a laissez-faire approach to it, because it's something that they're just navigating from a place of delight, because they know it's already happened. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I keep on seeing. it's like the bond is strong in this one kind of energy, right? The bond is there. It's the understanding of the energetic bond. Continuing to get clarification between our Four of Swords in combination with our Queen of Swords and its upright. One card to clarify, please. Boom. And I told you guys, the hardest space, this is just to show you qualitatively, it's not that there's one place on the frequency that's better than another. This energy is most annoying right now to the energy deep within divine union. Because can you see in this reading how I'm talking about the frustration that is helping energy understand what direction to move towards? If you're deeply invested in energetic connection and you're working through this frustration, it feels a lot like, where do I put it? Where do I put it? I don't know what to do with the frustration, right? So it's a lot more of the space of, like, I keep on hearing for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, working on not projecting that frustration onto counterpart at a moment of heightened sensitivity, working through the pathwork of understanding that frustration plus hope equals creativity. So I see this energy that's like, what are they doing? They're being unconventional in their approaches. They're thinking outside the box. Continuing to get clarification between our Ace of Swords and its upright in combination with our Emperor card and its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Justice card in its reversal. Man, like I told you, these relationships right now that are coming together, they're cracking me up because they're cracking me up because it's the sharing of the mutual audacity. And why is the energy sharing mutual audacity? Because when we share mutual audacity, we recognize that we share the same perspective, right? The mutual audacity that we experience, right? I see this energy right now, and I keep on seeing, like, I see some energy right now that may be either speaking towards the audacity of like just like everything, or specifically the audacity of energetic situations that try to allow time to heal something instead of working on something. Saturn is a lot like Saturn does not like that. Saturn is like, what are you talking about? I don't fix anything. Saturn's like job is not to fix things. Saturn's job is not the context by which they fix things. But Saturn tells us, and that's what we see. Like, I love Saturn and Neptune retrograding together to a certain extent, because Saturn and Saturn says, and this is the thing with Saturn. Saturn says to us, I don't fix things, forgetting, right? Like, Saturn works in the realm of forgetting and perspective. And so when we have good direction sense, we can observe energy that tries to put time where work should be, which is the understanding of the fact that a healthy partnership is patient, always patient, never waiting, which means that you don't walk away from things, because when you walk away from things, you expect someone else to take care of them. Right? It's like the energy that says, like, it's the energy that says, that's not my problem. I'll just come back when there's not a problem anymore, versus the energy that understands that. I keep on seeing, it's like, I feel like there's some energy right now that tried to walk away from a problem expecting time to fix it, that's in for a rude awakening, because that's what happens when we try, like, that's what Saturn says to us. If you try to say to someone, say goodbye to this, I'm going to make you miss this to solve something, you're usually going to be in for a rude awakening. Because if energy is thriving and not pining, then there's no context by which your disappearance is going to remedy something. It's probably going to make something worse, because somebody is getting better in the context of something. So I just keep on seeing that there's some energy right now that's working through the relationship that says a healthy relationship is not built on pine. It's built on thrive. It's not built on pine, it's built on thrive, which says when something's wrong, you don't go away from it hoping that the another person pining upon it will make them lower their standards. But it's the observation of the work we put into something, right? The ability to identify and recognize what that work is. And that's what I told you. These are the relationships that are built on the mutual effort. Temperance energy. Everything is possible, but the work must be mutual, because if it's not, how dare you? If it's not, how dare you? And this is why I see some of these new relationships that are forming, they are forming in the context of someone coming back. They are coming back. They are getting found. They are sealing. This is energy that is feeling even more validated in the new relationship that they're building, because I can see the energy almost predicating and saying, like a clock, right? And I can see that energy saying, and again, this is the observation that when someone sees us energetically moving on and they try to fix or they try to come back towards us, that's not energy saying, I've had an epiphany. That's the energy saying, please stop, proceed no further, right? And so I keep on seeing, I told you, this full moon, this full Aquarius moon, it's epiphany energy. It's epiphany energy. And what does epiphany say? I can see it now. It's all very clear. It's all very clear. And so this is why, right? This is why the energy coming into divine union, clarification between the Emperor card and the Two of Wands. What are we waiting for? Epiphany energy, right? It's the same modality that we see as we're coming through, right? We're coming through towards this Aquarius full moon, because the space by which we identify and recognize what is healthy for us. Look at these relationships right now. This is the energy that's looking towards counterpart, and they're saying, you're the best thing that ever happened to me. But did the energy change them? No. This is the energy that says, you're the best thing that ever happened to me, because this is the energy that says, through you, I choose me. You are the best thing that happened to me because through you, I choose me, which is the observation of the healthy mirror of counterpart. That when we're doing that work and we feel that reciprocity, the energy I told you, these are those magician partnerships that prioritize the authenticity of self to build the context of the relationship. The mutual appreciation that they're receiving is helping them see what they could have done better in the past, or what was something that they had no control over, but they were energetically receiving, which is why I see this energy taking that Sag energy of that moon and saying, why are, like, there's no point to, like, there's nothing to wait upon, right? It's the understanding of the sacred union of the self that occurs in the healthy partnership, that this is the energy saying it feels silly to wait to even like unify on that, because it doesn't change it. It's something that feels like it's already energetically sacred, right? Continuing to get clarification between our Two of Wands in its reversal in combination with our Seven of Swords in its upright. And this is what I'm telling you right now, the energy deep within divine union, this is the most annoying stuff right now. This is the most annoying stuff. Clarification coming through. Yeah, there's that five of cups, man. The Five of Cups, like the thing about it for the energy deep within divine union right now, it has to do in the context. I keep on saying the energy deep within divine union. It feels like the frustration doesn't have it's not moving. I need to point this out. It's not moving the energy deeper into union, right? You see this right now. For a lot of the energy in separation, it's building upon the direction. The energy deep within divine union already has that sense of direction. So that's what I meant in terms of the energy potentially taking creative or unconventional approaches to navigating current frustrations. Because I keep on getting the same message, working on not projecting. Like when we are being energetically creative, we don't project that frustration onto one another. We recognize and identify that tendency within, and we understand where the work needs to go, right? Like it's a lot of that, like working through the context of doing something in a way. And this is what I like about the energetic counterparts within that space. This is the energy that like feel, I keep wondering, it's the mutual feeling of that fortifies, but also allows the energy to, I keep on seeing like it's like new approaches to old problems kind of energy. I told you that Mercury and Leo, right? New approaches to old problems, unconventionality, continuing to get clarification between our Justice card in combination with our Five of Pentacles in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Woo, man, we've got a lot of feminine energy on the table right now, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Masculine's also here, but I need to stress the thing I keep on seeing with masculine energy right now, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. A lot of masculine energy right now is going through some inner child healing. A lot of masculine energy right now is going through some inner child healing, is what I keep on seeing, especially with that Emperor in its reversal. And why? Because the healthy relationship is the place where masculine feels they can allow their inner child to thrive, right? Much like we talk about here, just like we talk about the fact that the feminine can't give trust to masculine unless they feel that masculine holds standards the same way that feminine holds standards. So too do we recognize the masculine energy that does that work, that feels the stability and solidity of the stable feminine, that allows the masculine energy to move into the space of being allowing for their inner child to heal, right? So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the masculine energy right now that's working in this context, what's beautiful about it is there's a lot of conversations, especially for the energy in separation, articulating upon reverence, talking about the sacredness of energetic union. And also, I also feel like there's a lot of those conversations that are dwelling upon the space of talking about the context of the deep portion of healing is not idealizing. This is what I'm not surprised to hear these things coming through right now with that Aquarian full moon coming up, right? When we care about things, we don't idealize them because we want to see the reality of them, is what I keep on hearing. When we're in a healthy space, we don't idealize. We desire to see the reality of them. And I can see some masculine energy right now, the healed masculine energy, working through with the healthy feminine, the frustration of being, I keep on hearing, being in the presence of masculine energy that would rather idealize than understand. Because when we idealize, we are getting into the space of idolatry, right? Nothing is worse than when we try to idolize, because when we idolize, we can't love. And when we idolize something and we look towards the ideal of it, we've already ruined the energetic relationship, because what is the song you will hear when someone is idealizing you or idolizing you? You're not all you're cracked up to be. And usually we can tell that we are too deep in our ego when we feel that, because when someone says you're not all you're cracked up to be, the immediate thing you have to say is, whose standards were you applying upon that energetic perception? Our job is not to meet, it is not to serve each other's ideals. And we have to be very energetically wary when we look to each other from a place that idealizes, because this is how we ruin relationships before they start. Because when we look towards counterpart as the dream, when you look towards them as a pedestal, they're already built for failure. This is why it's so dangerous to idolize things, because there's no way that something can meet your manifestation goal, which is why you have to make sure that you have manifestation goals that are centered very fully in reality. Because when you have a realistic manifestation goal, you're setting yourself, but when you don't have a realistic manifestation goal, you're immediately setting yourself up for a disappointment. You're immediately setting yourself up for disappointment. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, I almost feel like these relationships are almost built in the context of apology, in the space of the masculine that says to feminine, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. It's not fair for anyone to expect perfect from you. But often those who aspire for it will try to talk about the fact that you are that. And this is why often feminine gets very wary when masculine is in the space where they're constantly lauding them, because it's the concept or the anxiety point in seeing that idolatry that sometimes walks us straight into the heart of disaster. And that's why I keep on seeing, like, this is what's so beautiful about these relationships that are coming together right now, right? This is the masculine energy that articulates to feminine and says, I don't want you to be my dream. I want to get to know you. I want to understand all sides of you, because that is where I love you. While for feminine, building into the context with masculine, the masculine that does not feel that they have to put that false sense of self there, the masculine that understands at every moment how tempting it is to want to put that false mask of the self up, right? To try to embody that sense of, I keep on hearing that the false stoicism that articulates upon a masculine that doesn't have feeling, and the feminine also doing that work in healthy partnership with masculine that says, I don't build into the unreasonable expectation of expecting you to fix me or to heal me. I don't look to you to deliver my dreams to me. I look to you to stand beside me as I move towards them. And so we see even now that these are the energetic counterparts, because I told you, what is the relationship we see that is happening in the context of those relationships? The mutual effort. And it's not the fact that these are balanced, right? Because it doesn't, mutual effort does not mean that we give the same things to each other. It's the understanding of counterpart that we say that we provide to each other what we effectively lack within ourselves. That this is how we create stable pillars in our relationships. Continuing to get clarification between our five, and this is why these relationships moving deeper into divine union right now are like, what are we waiting for? Continuing to get clarification between our 5 of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our 5 of Cups upright. I'm not surprised to see all this 5 energy out with the Sag energy we've got today. Wheel of Fortune. What are we waiting for? Like, this energy. A lot of that energy right here. A lot of that energy moving deeper into divine union, like working through that. What are we waiting for? Because I keep on seeing like this energy. You'll recall we talked about the fact that they were going through like a pretty serious heart opening last week, which is the observation of the relationship that allowed them to see the full context of what was missing in past experience. But again, more of the conversation that I'm seeing, the observation of the healthy energetic mirror and healthy partnership, the mutual appreciation that allows us to see more. And I keep on hearing the same message coming through in this energetic connection that's moving deeper in those magician partnerships. You complete me, because through you I see who I aspire to be, right? It is the energy that says to one another, when they say to one another, you complete me, it doesn't mean that they look at each other as in a lack space, but it's the observation that says you complete me, because through you I see everything. Through you, things that I could not see before find that deepening sense of clarity. And so I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy that is almost like, I keep on seeing like advancing those timelines to a certain extent, because I keep on seeing the energy almost feels like it's like the energy saying that it's not about if, it's about when. It's like the energy that almost understands that it like the space by which they're energetically pledged the relationship is one that like I keep on seeing like there's like a deep bond that's there, but the bond is one that feels like it's the arrival point of completion as it relates to the context of what one is able to observe within the relationship's perception, right? It's like I told you, it's like, and I keep on hearing like it's interesting because I keep on getting their clear mirrored partnerships. And the reason they're clear mirrored partnerships is a clear mirror, right? It's not the fact that we can't move away from a mirror. Like mirroring is beautiful when we desire to see the things within it, and we also see what it is that we can improve upon. So I keep on getting like these magician partnerships or the clear mirrored partnerships, because it's not the space that they identify that they're perfect, but it's a relationship where one aspires to be even energetically greater than one is. Continuing to get clarification between our star card in its reversal and our Wheel of Fortune final card for today. And again, this is going to go towards the energy deep within divine union. Here's that Page of Cups energy. Now, I got to tell you right now, I'm going to say it again. This is just to show you that qualitatively, there isn't any space on these frequencies that's better or worse. This energy, last week, I was telling you that the energy was hardest for the energy coming into divine union. You see now how it's feeling kind of settled. This now, that frustration has reached the energy deep within divine union. And so for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, the reason that this energy is a little bit more frustrating is it's not amplifying the direction of it's not changing the course of energetic relationship. You see how the frustration is changing the course of relationships right now. But when you're deep within divine union, there's not that, it's not the space by which it's like the observation and understanding of where something's going. But this is why I see that this may be feeling like a very creative time for energy in deep within divine union, particularly as it relates to navigating old frustrations. Because when we're able to take new approaches to old frustrations, what do we find? Breakthroughs, epiphanies. So I feel like that's what we're seeing as we're leading into this full moon in Aquarius, right? It's working through frustration, not pretending it's not there, but taking a unique approach to it, adding that hope that allows for the arrival of new possibility. Bottom of the deck on today's reading. Oh my God, another five. A lot of five, a lot of fives, a lot of fives. We got a lot of five energy out. We got, hold on. We got the Five of Cups. We got the Five of Pentacles. We got the Five of Wands. The only five we're missing is the Five of Swords. And that says, I'm going to tell you right now, the message that we get with all of the fives, except for the Five of Swords, is pick your battles, babes. Pick your battles. Not all battles need to be fought, is what I'm getting. And the way we can usually tell, the reason I'm going to tell you this right now, okay, and this is what we mean, and I'm going to tell you right now, I told you when I said this can be the best or the hardest part of the retrograde right now, because when we got a Sag moon, which we have till tomorrow, on top of all this Aries energy, it is like short fuse meets try me. It is short fuse meets try me. Okay. And I need to point this out. Okay. I was speaking about this right before we started the podcast. The thing with Sag is, how's that honesty doing for you, Sag? Okay. How's that honesty? How's that honesty? How's that clear little throat chakra there? Okay. Being honest about things is not a good enough reason. Our job is not to be honest with each other. You can hurt someone. You can hurt someone far more with honesty than you can with a lie. But that's why I want to tell you right now, I'm not saying, listen, because I was going through this whole thing before we started the podcast. I am not saying that now is not a time to be honest. I am saying, okay, I'm going to save you the reading you have to have with me. I'm saying make sure you are being intentional as to where you are applying your honesty, but more importantly, why you are applying it. Okay. And the way you can determine that is the difference between radical honesty and righteous honesty. What is the difference between radical honesty and righteous honesty? Radical honesty is being able to articulate upon something without the feelings getting in the way, right? It's being able to move it. Like, what do we talk about? What do we talk about when we talk about non-attachment? It's not disassociation, right? It's being able to see something that's hard to see and just calling it out, right? Just calling it out, right? It's a little bit of that emperor's no clothes energy kind of thing, right? It's the space by which we're able to articulate upon something without allowing the emotions to fog the feeling, right? So I feel like there's a lot of that space here. Like, that's kind of the gift of this retrograde. I'm going to tell you right now, this retrograde right now, sweeping away the cloud of emotions. Okay. It's like, and here's the thing, that can be a beautiful in having clarifying conversations, particularly in relationality to intention and direction. That's why I see so many energies right now potentially moving in. That's also why I see so many relationships potentially falling into separation at this time. What is righteous? What is righteous honesty? Righteous honesty is saying something that's true because you know it hurts another person and makes you feel good to do so. Righteous honesty is saying something that is a hard truth, not to bring good into a situation, but to try to energetically trigger someone. Okay? So I'm not saying right now, I am not saying that now is not a time to apply honesty, but I'm saying make sure that you are doing the work to understand and recognize the force of intention on what you are bringing the application of honesty to. Is that honesty radical? Is that honesty articulating upon something that helps to clear the emotional fog, lifts the emotional fog to get to the heart or source of an energetic problem? Or are you doing it because it feels good? Are you doing it because it makes you feel self-satisfied to say something? Be wary of that right now. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading and you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a personal reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Devil card. Our next class will be held on August 13th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Tower card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my profile, to my Substack, and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class. But if you wanted to catch up, it's a great time to join. You can have like a class every day leading up into that next class. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we've learned or studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount to the entire year's worth of classes, you will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library class archive. That is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of advantage, moving towards your personal tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also have access to my mystic meditation articles, which I release bi-monthly, walking you through the energy we're experiencing. I just wrote one recently on this new moon that we experienced. I'll be writing one shortly on this full moon we've got coming up. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. I'm also very happy to now offer, for those who would like more consistent readings on their tarot journey, weekly tarot insight packages, which is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in a dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Cindy. You got our highest gifter today, and you will also be getting that free reading. And congratulations, Miss Nikki. You came in second, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anyone else would like to get on the list today, 2, 3, 4, you will be the 6th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. For anyone who would like to get on the list today, we do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. Hi there. Thank you. 77 tap to claim A3. Amazing. Thank you as well, Nat. All right. Cool. I'm number 2 on the gifter list right now. Is that good enough? Also, Kara, if you want to get on the list with a gift right now, you can get on the list with the gift of a baby dragon, if that helps. To test a year of patience. I like that, A3. Okay, excellent. Sounds good. All right. Thank you as well, Kalada. I just finished. So, Kara, that was the collective read. We're about to get started on personal readings. I hope that helps. Thank you as well. Kelly was saying that this was freezing. Was this freezing for anyone else in the chat? If you could let me know. Oh, guys, we also got to 80K. Thank you guys so much. We're going to be also doing that giveaway. Make sure you're continuing to tap the screen because when we get to 100K, I'll be doing another giveaway reading. This is a, yep, thank you as well. I've spent the last year diving into my own past, sending you support on that journey, A3. Hold on a minute. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Hermit vibes. Yeah, it is a bit, right? Whatever, like Queen of Swords can often be very hermit vibe, you know? I've isolated myself forever, to be honest. Too many fires around. Sending you support on that journey, A3. Thank you for confirmation, Miss Nikki. Time's not saving them. Jacob, you're so welcome, dear. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap. And guys, make sure to give my mod K Megan a follow. Always appreciate the help. Lexi, thank you for the follow as well. So like a relationship built on normal stuff? Yeah. It's all coming back to me now. I like that, Miss Nikki. And thank you as well, Megs, for the follow. Thank you, Lions, for the follow. Roy, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Grand Rising, Elisa. Cindy, thank you for the follow. And congratulations on winning that giveaway. Roy, thank you for the follow. Thank you for sharing the live as well. Don't put anyone on a pedestal. It's have to claim, Miss Nikki. I love the energy. Oh, thank you, Bomb Kitty, for being here and receiving these messages. Sloan, thank you for the follow as well. Grand Rising Fig, good to see you today. Oh, thank you, Roy. Right back at you. Chrissy, I feel like I woke up this morning and journaled about this collective reading, except through rose-tinted glasses. Will that let that serve as confirmation to your own message, Chrissy? Grand Rising, Bridget, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Did we tell her yet? Did we tell her? Good to see you. Interesting. Hi there. You missed the swan. Everybody, you missed the swan. This is wild. Shell, I feel so lost. I felt the deepest connection with someone. Will they come back? I'm happy to read for you on that connection, Shell, but sending you support on that journey. This is recorded, Wushu. If you want to catch it again, you can head over to the place where we keep the videos and you'll find the recording of it. Thank you for the help, Kay. And thank you as well, Figs. And thank you for the follow, Amy. All right. Hi there, Heaven. Yes, one moment. My mom and I almost cried after Pilates yesterday because we feel so weak compared to others. Listen, we get strong by feeling weak, right? That's how we become strong by feeling weak. That's the way it works, V. So sending you and she's so much support on that journey. And Amber, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Wushu. Nat, speaking to my moon and Mars and Aquarius. This will probably be a good moon for you right now, Nat. I have to rewatch them sometimes to take it all in. Thank you, Kay. All right. And thank you. I'm speaking straight to your soul. Thank you, Vina, for being here and receiving these messages. Wushu, this is where I went so wrong. Don't look at it in the context of so wrong, right? Look at it in the context of saying, that's what I'm working on changing, right? Amber, thank you for those heart puffs. Thank you as well, Flo. Bella, the energy is really sensitive lately. It's because there's a Cancer. We got Cancer, Jupiter in Cancer with Venus in Cancer. Keeping my head down and ear open. I like that, Bella. So much gratitude. You're welcome, Bina. You're so welcome, Wushu. Such a clarifying way of understanding the energy right now. I do my best, Manifest. I'm glad at helping you find clarity too. All right. Thank you, Alexandra. I love those gifts, man. I love those little gifts. Thank you as well. All right. And thank you, the words I needed to hear, Dream, and thank you for the help. Lot all in one breath. Yes, absolutely, Bridget. I am on every morning, Wushu. You can find my full schedule over on my Substack. You can also find it. I usually put the events up on my page as well. Yes, Nikki did send the baby dragon. I got her on the list here. And TLM, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Shanette, thank you for confirming it wasn't freezing on your end. All right. I still feel weak in some classes, and I'm 200 classes in. That's amazing. What a milestone, Bridget. You should be so proud of yourself. Kalada, thank you for those gifts. Wishing you well as well, witches. That's what I'm working on changing. Continue to do that work, Wushu. I feel like I'm in a space of romanticizing the past right now. I mean, listen, Bridget, Venus isn't, I told you, Venus is in Cancer. Venus is in Cancer. Venus is in Cancer, which makes it really easy to romanticize the past, okay? When did I say low vibration, Deep? I don't, here's the thing. I don't like to put the qualifier on low or high vibration, but I will say that often when we're talking about low vibration, we're talking around the feelings of hate, of sadness, like of shame. Like these are often the qualities that we identify in low vibrational energy. And when we're working in the space of like raising them, when we experience those, we work to change them, which is not the space that we dwell in them, but we work to make something better, right? So it's not the fact that something is qualitatively, I like to define the reason we can articulate something as low vibration is the observation of not dwelling within it, but doing something to energetically raise it or to make it better. I hope that helps. And welcome, Julie. Good to see you. Thank you for confirmation, Miss Nikki. And just a reminder to those joining me across the other channels, if you would also like to get on the list today, you can via my tree that has links in it in my bio that you'll find in my profile. Love to the heart on volume. I like that, witches. I feel like I'm doing the opposite right now. Sending you support, Kay. I mean, they taught me a lot. I'm so grateful for that, but they can stay where they are. I like that, Bridget. I like that. I like that a lot, Bridget. Yes, over romanticizing. I like that, but grateful. Beautiful. All right, friends, we're going to get started. We're going to get started on personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the 6-person read for, or it's 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more, 3 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Woo! All right. Nikki, I got your cards out already, so there's that. If anybody else would like to get on the list, the cards are popping today, so that's good. All right. They gave me something I never had before and showed me more of what I deserve. Wow, what a beautiful way of putting that, Bridget. I feel like I'm unromanticizing the past at the moment. But I feel like, the thing about that as well could be the fact that like you're often when we start unromanticizing the past, we start holding ourselves more energetically sacred. All right. We are going to continue right now. Before we get started, we got a few things we need to do. First, we're going to do the 50K giveaway. Second, if you are on the hold list and would like to be removed and added to today's list, please let me know sooner rather than later so I can add you to the list. We're going to do the 50K giveaway, but we're almost at 100K. So keep on tapping that screen because we'll do another giveaway in just a few minutes. And then we're also going to do an intuition check. And then Nikki, you're the first person on the list today. I also got your cards out. So before we begin, let's get started on that 50K giveaway. Thank you guys so much for helping us reach that milestone. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 52. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes they see things in a different order than you guys put them. No, 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 no. Woo, Queen of Swords. Congratulations, dear. You got it. Thank you so much. We will do that again. We will do that again when we get to 100K, and we are almost there, friends. So keep on tapping that screen and we'll have another giveaway. All right, we are now going to do an intuition check. Let's warm up those intuition muscles. All right, hold on. I saw there were a couple comments that came through before I started asking for numbers. She said that backwards. Thank you, Figs. All right. Oh, did I say it backwards? I apologize if I said it backwards. It's a retrograde. These things are going to happen. Julie, this retrograde season is so wild and unpredictable. I know it is. I know it's an unpredictable one. And I feel like, again, it's going to be ease up after the moon comes out of Sag, is my opinion on it. All right. Let's get started. Let's do that intuition check. All right. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. So go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 'Twas the blackbird. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. Nikki, what are we reading for, dear? Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And for anyone else who'd like to get on the list right now, we are doing life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. No, it was not a crow because there is a raven in the deck. There's a raven in the deck, not a crow. Then there's a blackbird and a raven. A win is a win. I knew you were going to say that. You put bluebird down, right? You were close. I was going to say raven, but there's a raven in the deck. The raven and the bluebird, blackbird are not the same bird. It's an awful stereotype. All right, where are we? Nikki, are we doing a dream interpretation? And is it inside T or outside T? Guys, we're at 90.2K likes. We're going to get to 100K and we're going to do the 100K giveaway. Yes, we are outside T. All right, guys, just a reminder, if you have information that you would like to share with me for the reading, like if you want a dream interpretation or if you have a past life you would like more information on, you can include that information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can put it in our subscriber-only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. Kale, I say inside T or outside T to indicate whether I'm going to be, if it's something I can share to the group or if it's something that they're sending to me personally. I'm right on time for the baby glue. Oh God, that I don't like that word together. I don't like those two words together. For never put those two words together again, ever. Okay. And thank you for giving everyone a hydration check right now. We've got too many planets in Aries. All right. How can I, since I got the giveaway, Cindy, so you're on the list right now for a reading. I've got you listed right now as the 5th person to be read for today because you won the highest gifter giveaway. Okay. No, it was kitten meat. It wasn't baby. I'm not even going to say it. I'm not going to say it with my mouth. I never want to put those words together ever. Okay. All right. Oh, Cindy. Okay, so Cindy, you want to share information with me relevant to the reading. Okay, so it says, okay, so yeah, okay, I understand. So Cindy, what you can do is you can email me, Gray Strega at the mail that starts with the letter G. You know which one I'm talking about? Yeah, so it's spelled the exact same way as my name here, Gray Strega at that mail that starts with the letter G. Okay. We can't put the other names of apps here because the apps don't like it when we talk about other apps. They're very sensitive like that. We don't say their full name. We allude to them. Okay. All right, let's get to this reading because we've already got the cards out. Oh, and I'm going to pin up Nikki here. And guys, please thank Kay Megan for all of their help moderating today. Make sure to give them a follow. All right, 1 minute. There we go. All right, cool. And there's Nikki. Guys, give Nikki a follow too. We want to support each other across the platform. Outside T. Oh my gosh, it's got parts. Okay, ready? I like it. We got a reading. We got a dream interpretation with parts. Bum ba dum. Part 1. The cat, the baby, and the laundry room. So, in the dream, I was back in my childhood home, though it kind of blended with my current home at times. And I had a baby. I think the baby was with my current partner. I'm pretty sure he was in it and the baby was ours. But the baby was weirdly white, like super pale, almost unnaturally so, which stood out right away. I also had a cat, and I kept feeding the cat and taking care of it like it was second nature. The part that part felt familiar. My partner was there too, but I just remember feeling like the cat was enough responsibility. Then I kept being like, "Oh crap, the baby." Like I kept forgetting to feed it. I wasn't prepared for it. I felt like this extra layer of responsibility I hadn't factored in. The baby was staying in the laundry room, which felt random, but also kind of made sense because growing up, we always kept the cat's food in the laundry room. I remember thinking in the dream, maybe we should move the cat's food back in here, like how it was when I was younger. So I remember to feed the baby when I fed the cat, like some weird mental trigger to help me stay on top of things. At some point, there were other people around, and someone said something about a baby. And I literally was like, speaking of a baby, I don't know the last time I fed mine. Then I turned to my partner and was like, help me. You've done this before. You have a baby. I don't know what I'm doing. So we went into the laundry room to feed the baby. And this is where things got real weird because because now because apparently the baby ate glue. Like that was its food. Literal glue sticks. Part 2. The glue buffet and the ghost baby. This is my favorite. I went to feed the baby and found 3 different glue sticks. The first one I tried was totally dried up, just hard and crusty and not usable at all. I kept trying to make it work, but it wouldn't. Then I found one of those purple Elmer's glue sticks, the kind that goes on purple and dries clear. And I remember thinking, this will work. But something about feeding a baby purple glue felt off. Like it made me hesitate. It was too weird or too artificial or something, of course. So I took the glue, I got some on my finger, and I fed it to the baby. Oh, wait, sorry, I jumped ahead. Okay. Then a kid showed up. Maybe the baby's sibling or just some random kid. And he handed me a third glue stick. This one was just a normal, clear Elmer's glue stick, nothing fancy. And he was like, give him this one. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. So I took the glue, got some on my finger, and fed it to the baby. But by then, the baby wasn't really a baby anymore. It had turned into this strange little creature, still mine, still kind of baby like, but also kind of ghosty. It reminded me of the little ghost guys in Mario, like Boo. It wasn't scary though. It was actually kind of cute. It started licking the glue off my finger like a cat or something. And I just kept feeding it that way. My partner was still around and I kept asking him for help. You've done this before, right? But I was the one feeding it, doing it myself. And it all still took place in that same laundry room. Looking back, I just find the 3 different glue sticks to be so interesting. How I went through each one trying to decide what to feed this weird little creature. None of it really made any sense. But in the dream, it totally did. We've got 3 of the cards out already. I just need the 4th one. Oh, and actually, you get an additional one because you were the first one on the list today. Okay. That tracks. All right, let's get through it. So let's start from the beginning. The dream is about you, and everybody in the dream is a reflection of you. Now, it's really interesting because when we're seeing the space by which you're talking about, there's yourself, there's your cat, and then there's this baby. So the cat is your shadow work. Your cat is your shadow work. The baby is the healing of the inner child. And what's interesting about this is one of the things that we keep on notating is that you identified the fact that the roles were reversed for a majority of this dream. You talked about the fact that you had a cat and you had a baby. You knew how to feed the cat, right? But you had no idea what to do with this baby that just appeared. And interestingly, the fact that you described that the cat is similar to the cat, you described the fact that you put the baby in the laundry room where you used to put the cat's food, is working you through the context from the guides that says that potentially the reason that you have to heal the inner child is because of all the shadow work that you had to face early on in your life, right? So, in order to begin to heal, or in order to be able to feed and nourish the inner child, you have to go back to the space where all the pain started, right? So, that's why you kept on having that space that you kept on saying, I forgot to feed the baby, because you continuing to feed the baby, and I need to point this out, throughout all of this, all of your attention is on the cat, right? Which is the space by which the baby is thriving, but the baby is starving, because when we do too much shadow work, we don't work on healing the inner child, right? It can't be night, it can't be dark all the time. We can't be constantly feeling that space of having to go through the rough stuff or having to face trauma. So it's the conversation with the first thing that the guide is showing you is it's almost helping you to recognize and identify an impossible situation that you may have been put into in early childhood, where you can't facilitate healing if you're constantly worried on feeding the cat, which is the space by which if you constantly have to embody the qualities and characteristics that need to help you survive, you can't work upon allowing the inner child to thrive. So there's a conversation here in the space that you brought the baby to the laundry room and said, maybe if I bring the baby to the laundry room, I'll remember to feed them, which is you starting to do path work that feels much more about integrating the energetic shadow with the inner child, which is not the space by which you have to say, I need to stop doing it, but how can I integrate that work? Now, in the context of the space that you identified, and I think it's really interesting that throughout the context of the dream, you kept on turning to your counterpart and saying, I don't know how to do this. I've never had one of these before, right? I will point out your counterpart didn't seem like they were giving you any advice in that context, right? They were only there to give you encouragement, because it's the reminder, right? Like it's the reminder that when we're in healthy partnership, we can't, we don't ask them to do it for us, right? I need to point out, you never said to them, feed the baby. You said, help me understand how I can feed my baby. Help me understand how I can begin this inner child healing. And this could potentially be indicative of the fact that you feel like your counterpart is potentially progressed a bit further with you as it relates to healing their inner child, in the context of you articulating that. I like to point out, it's interesting that you kept turning to them for support, but instead you were getting encouragement, which is not the space that someone was stepping in to do the work for you, but almost like looking towards them to make sure that you were doing it right. Right. Now, this brings us to a couple of the identification points that you brought up in relationality to the description of the baby. Now, the space by which you identified that the baby was very, very pale, almost white. I feel like this was further indications of not having the opportunity for the baby to get out much, right? And that's what I mean about this observation. And I think it's really important that you kept on bringing something back to the laundry room, because the laundry room is where we go to clean things or to cleanse things. So this could be you working through a lot of that context. If there were situations and circumstances that made you feel like you had to prioritize like your safety, it doesn't allow the context by which we have a lot of opportunities to be vulnerable. So I feel like the space by which you described how pale the baby is almost like the identification of a baby that hasn't had the opportunity to come out much, right? But it's almost the further confirmation of the fact that the baby and the cat being in being in the same space, it says it's almost impossible, right? It's the impossibility that like when you have to be in fight or flight, like the need is not one that you can worry about being about addressing the inner child. You keep on forgetting about it because all of these other things that keep on coming up. Now, it's interesting too because you let's get to the point where you describe the fact that this baby eats glue. Our inner child eats glue because glue, the articulation point of glue, is the feeling of being energetically connected. So, right, what happens when we're too traumatized? We're afraid to connect to others, right? We don't build the fascia of connection when we're feeling traumatized because we're worried about those energetic connections. So, the space by which you identified the fact that the baby eats glue, it talks about the fact that healthy connections nourish your inner child, right? It's the glue between us that nourishes the inner child because it lets you know that it's safe to connect with others and to be vulnerable in that energetic connection point. And I do, and but we start to hit in that second part of a dream a bit of this Goldilocks effect, right? Which is you trying to figure out the best way to feed or to nourish your inner child, to start to do that inner child healing. And you talked about 3 glue sticks. The first glue stick that you talked about that you tried was totally dried up. You said it was hard and crusty and not usable at all. You said you kept trying to make it work and it wouldn't. This is talking about the nature of the energetic relationships that you potentially have had to heal from. The first one could potentially be someone who's known you for a long time. And what often happens when we're building into relationship with those who have known us for a long time is they can't survive the changes that we experience because they only see us in the context of how we first arrived to them, which is potentially talking about a relationship that you feel may have been damaged because of how long you have known them. We often see relationships like this. This is why we often can't heal in some context when it comes to family or people that we've known a long time. Because it's almost like if someone is not able to welcome if someone is not able to embrace us in our present, then it often feels like the relationship dries up because we don't have things to keep us energetically connected except for the place that we came from. So this would be the articulation point of potentially recognizing a limitation in relationships that cannot embrace you in the reality of you, but is always potentially reminding, like coming into the space of thinking the way that you used to be, and that is the deleterious quality of the relationship that cannot nourish the inner child. It's giving me a little like it's like the source, the place where the wound occurred can't heal you kind of energy. The next thing you tried was that purple, the purple glue. And I feel like the purple glue is a weird connection. This is potentially dealing in the space of an energetic connection that doesn't make sense, right? And I like to point out that you described the thing about that connection that you described was it was purple to begin with, but then you said it dried clear, right? The relationship that feels magical but ineffable, something that makes it that looks really pretty, but then it's not able to describe. This is talking potentially about going through those relationships that may have felt more like energetic situations, right? Like someone like articulating a pond like the magic of the energetic connection, right? Like all of that, like I keep on hearing like that purple, like the like, oh, I've never felt this way before, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. You know what I mean? Like, I've never felt it. If I've never felt this way before, why won't you tell me what it is? Which is the context by which you recognize that that wasn't nourishing to the inner child either. And it's interesting too, because it's very much in the same context of what we were reading for in today's daily collective, which is the energy that says the energy that idolizes you will never heal you. Because when you stop being energetically perfect, they'll disappear, right? It's almost the energy that says, oh, you're not all you're cracked up to be. But it's like it's the impossibility of ever being able to remain that way, because like it's like the ideal is not based upon reality. So this is effectively the space by which you notice the purple glue and being like, I don't feel comfortable feeding the baby this. There's something weird about it, right? The observation of how weird those type of relationships are. I like the fact that you described that a kid showed up and you said maybe it was a baby's sibling or just some random kid. And he handed you the third glue stick. And this one was just normal. It was clear Elmer's glue, nothing fancy, right? And they said, give them this one. And you said, yeah, that makes much more sense. I would be very, very curious to notate or recognize if the energy related to that child felt similar to your counterpart, because that's saying to me it's the relationship that you're having to healed masculine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to, right? Because remember how I said you already have one? Remember how you kept on saying throughout the whole dream to your counterpart, you got to tell me what to do. You have to tell me what to do. You have to tell me what to do because you already have one. That was their inner child appearing in the dream. You were summoning them. You kept on saying in the dream, you said it, I think 3 times. You said to your counterpart, you got to tell me what to do. You already have one. And that was the counterpart in the dream delivering upon that request. Because in that space, who showed up? Their child. And what did they have for you? They gave you the energetic solution. They gave you the normal, clear glue stick, nothing fancy. Here, this is what you need. This is what you need to feed them. And you looked at them and said, yeah, something normal. That makes sense, because when we're in healthy relationship, that is what heals us. A normal relationship becomes energetically magical because it's exactly what is needed to heal. And you said that as you gave that energy, as you gave that normal relationship, the healthy glue to the inner child, what did you see occur? Transformation. You saw the inner child change from a baby that needed to be cared for into a spirit, right? And this is what happens when we heal our inner child. It doesn't feel like we have to protect it. It feels like it is autonomous of us. It feels like it is of us and it is always with us. So it says to me that this is the identification point in relationality to where you are on your journey right now. You are feeding your inner child healthy glue of relationship, and you are transforming it into a spirit. You're transforming it into the qualities and characteristics of something that we would identify as sacred or holy. Because when we are able to build nourishing partnerships, our inner childs become blessed because they too exist within that relationship. Bottom of the deck on this reading, King of Cups in its reversal, right? So I feel like it's interesting because you said, I think the most interesting thing that we're seeing in relationality to this is I feel like the one thing that the guides are trying to show you in relationality to the way that this was described was the space that you kept looking to another person and saying, I don't know what I'm doing, right? I need to point out like the healthy energy is not the space by which you need that assistance, right? It's like I keep on hearing your guide saying you don't give yourself enough credit. So you don't give yourself enough credit because often it's the space that says, It's not that you don't know what you're doing, but it's building into the context of being the way you know that you're doing something right is not looking for others to prove you wrong, but it's the encouragement of understanding how strong you are, right? And I feel like there's something about that King of Cups in its reversal that like is still like that's a little bit of the work that you're still doing to heal, because it's the observation of healing from that place where you're not thinking, like you're saying like I don't know, and being like you do know. You just need to be in the presence of those that don't make you doubt yourself, because I keep on seeing the reason that the inner child, like the formation of the wound that you're healing from, is actually you embodying and saying to another person over and over and over again, I don't know what I'm doing. That is why the inner child had to be healed. Something or someone in your early experience that made you feel that you didn't have the you needed someone else there, or else you wouldn't be able to be strong enough. Like I feel like that is something that you're still continuing to heal, that was made apparent in the dream, because it's the energy that says you always, like, you have it in you, right? You just need someone to help you feel secure and stable in knowing that you know what to do, because your heart's in it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message, and thank you for that beautiful dream. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. And we got to 100K. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also going to do that 100K giveaway. And if you want to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th person read for. All right. Where were we? The drama. I love it. It was a beautiful dream. Okay. No problem, Cindy. I hope that helped. And thank you for the popcorn and tea, guys. The popcorn and tea. I like that. Hey. Oh, I'm glad, Cindy. Welcome. Exactly. What in the world, Nikki? I don't know. I do. I know. It was what were you dreaming of? Nikki and Bridget need to write books about their dreams. I know they got wild ones, right? It was giving very heavy Goldilocks. But again, you have to go, like, again, it's the pathwork of understanding and finding yourself by understanding what it's not. This is hilarious. And Gabrielle, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Yeah, I agree, Chrissy. It was silly, but a beautiful dream. I look, some of the most beautiful dreams are the silly ones. Interesting. Absolutely, Kale. Wow, true. I was definitely made to act as an adult from a young age. My parents were immature, sending you support on that journey, Nikki. I've always been amazed. Oh, I do my best. Thank you for the compliment, V. I took care of myself a lot as a child, right? And what is the unhealed inner child saying? I don't know how to take care of this baby. Like, what is the inner child saying? What is the inner child saying that you're still healing from? I don't know how to take care of this baby. But you're that's it's you. Yes, I'm feeling this one. That's totally what it felt like. I was looking for support, not for him to do it. And Brian, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I think I've been in fight or flight mode for a lot of my life. Yes, I had to be the parent a lot, right? And that's why your inner child is saying over and over again, I don't know how to take care of this baby. Kimoy, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. Yeah, the old way was the dried glue. The purple may have been the past partners idolizing and not being able to be authentic. Exactly. This is crazy. Thank you, Nikki. Clear and authentic, into the spirit. So true. Thank you, Per. I do my best, Jazz. Thank you. My wind chimes are going off as you said the guide's message. Oh, thank you, Nikki, for confirming. You're right. Totally. Sometimes I look too much to others, but it's in me. Yep. Thank you so much, Nikki. You're so welcome. And thank you for sharing that beautiful dream with us. I know, baby and glue, who knew? Amazing. And hope everyone enjoyed the absurdity of the dream. I did. All right, let's continue right now. And just a reminder, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, you can put it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can put it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. We're going to continue right now. The next person, before we continue though, we're going to do the 100K giveaway. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to that 100K milestone. I am going to give away that reading right now. I'm thinking of a number right now between, I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 45. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than appear to you guys. No. 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 Whoop, 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 I saw it. Where'd it go? Come back here. Sunshine Reverie, congratulations, dear. You got our 100K giveaway. All right, we'll do that again when we get to 150K. And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the you will be the 7th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right. 29. Sending you support, Heaven. Happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. I am happy to read the list. So I've got the list here. The next person we're reading for today is, hold on a minute. I've got Oracle Erica, Alexandra, Cindy. What the heck did I write? Chantel. I think I wrote Chantel. I apologize if I got the name wrong. And then we've got, hold on. Yeah, wait. And then we got Queen of Swords. And then we've got Sunshine Reverie. I've got 5. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 6th person read for. And congratulations, Sunshine. All right, let's continue right now. The next person. Oh, all right, let's continue. Next person on the list for today is, and guys, keep on tapping that screen. When we get to 150K, I will be giving another reading back to the collective. If anyone's joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list as well, you can do so via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. And the next person we're reading for today is Oracle Erica. Oracle Erica, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question. And while we wait for Oracle Erica's question, let's do another intuition check. Oh, I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The bull. It is interesting, though. I will say, whoever said the crane, there are cranes in this. There are cranes in this card. They're just in the sky. So congratulations. We'll continue that. We'll do that again after the next reading. How are you doing today, little bit? So good to see you, dear. You did say crane, Nikki. I saw. All right. Where were we? We're now doing, I saw Oracle Erica. Where'd she go? I know I saw it there. And all right. And so we've got counter. And guys, I've pinned up Oracle Erica here. Make sure to give her a follow. We want to make sure that we're supporting each other across the apps. I've got a counterpart reading. I'm doing well a little bit. How are you doing today? All right, a counterpart read, please. Struggling a little today. Yep. One more, please. Do you and another person keep like wildly different schedules? This is giving me a little bit of Lady Hawk energy. No, that's the reason I'm asking. You know, there's something interesting. I feel like there's a conversation that I see coming up in relationality to productivity and downtime is what I keep on getting. You know, because I see like you and another person. Actually, Apple, I would like to refer you to see what Yeshua did to save Mary Magdalene. Um, Wrote in the Sand, which is an act of divination. And actually, if you open that book and you look into it for inspiration, you are also using divination. That's bibliomancy. I would also look at the origin of Leviticus because I would like you to clarify actually where those messages were coming from and who wrote them. Wishing you support. You're welcome to stay so long as you're kind here. You can rebuke all you want. You don't have to stay here. I'm sorry that you have so much pain and sadness in your heart that you need to feel good by making it feel like you are channeling the messages of Yeshua. I like to point out Yeshua was preaching love, preaching compassion, was not wanting you to use their name to try to feel better about yourself or to put others down. I hope you find the healing you seek. I hope you find a way to heal the fear that's in your heart. I hope you're able to replace it with compassion. And again, you're welcome to stay if you're going to embody the characteristics and qualities of Yeshua, which is to be compassionate, to be open to understanding and respecting others, and to be curious about understanding the world and the God that exists in all things. So, sending you so much support on that journey. I hope you have a better time understanding that book. Thank you so much, dear. All right, where were we? Let's continue right now. So, I see a situation or circumstance in relationality to working through. I feel like I see you and another person operating on fumes, right? And I got to tell you right now, like one of the things I've been reading, particularly and especially in relationality to this energy that we're experiencing right now, is it can be very, very difficult for energy that's deep within divine union because it's working through frustration and not having an effective place to put it. If you saw the my reading earlier, I was saying that like qualitatively right now, this frustration is progressing a lot of relationships deeper into partnership. It may be feeling very heavy for those that are deeply invested in committed relationship right now because it's working through the frustration and identifying and making sure that we're not projecting it onto one another. Um, and I feel like the thing about it is, and I keep on seeing this, um, the way we feel, I keep on hearing it's like you and another person carry the same wounds, which is the space by which you say, you know, um, I don't want to, and I keep on hearing hyper independence is not wanting to burden each other with our problems because it starts with the context of feeling like we are a burden, right? And that is what I feel like needs to be healed between you and another person, which is the observation that when we care about each other, we are not, our problems are not burdens because we are blessings to each other. And so I feel like the thing about this is I see this tendency between you and another person where it's like it's giving me a lot of this hyper independence, right? It's giving me a lot of this space, it's giving me a lot of this like I'll do it myself energy. It's giving a lot of this like never mind. But I keep on hearing in relationship we mind. In relationship we don't mind. And every time, and I keep on hearing every time we bring a concern to counterpart and we learn that it's fine, we heal something integral within us that told us that we are an energetic burden. And I feel like what's hard about this is, and I keep on seeing like this is so difficult in some kind of quality of a relationship that I see you in, because you and another person have very similar wounds as it relates to not wanting. And I keep on hearing hyper independence is the song of saying, I don't want to burden you because you're not looking at yourself like a blessing. So um, I feel like there is a conversation that you need to have in relationality to ongoing frustrations. You know, there's something here I keep on seeing that feels like it's happening over and over and over again. And the thing about something, and I keep on seeing someone say, I'll get to it, but I feel like understanding that sometimes change is not trying to move a mountain, it's accepting that something is always going to be energetically difficult. I keep on seeing, make sure someone is not making monumental promises as it relates to turning over a new leaf. I keep on hearing, we don't need to turn over new leaves in healthy relationship. Small changes lead to monumental progress. But it's the sense of doing something. I keep on seeing, you have to have a conversation with someone that says, like, the problem with procrastinating is it allows the context by which you always get to something once something has gone too far, right? And it becomes like, I keep on hearing, when, like, I feel like you have to heal someone from creating a tendency of creating their own Herculean. We don't create our own Herculean endeavors, which is the space by which I see, if someone keeps on going into that space where they're burning themselves out, or where they're waiting to do something for so long that it feels like it's energetically impossible, and then they feel defeated before they start. The solution is to break down the problem and say, how can we avoid it reaching that terminus point? So I feel like you have to keep having conversations to another person as it relates to new routines, right? As it relates to saying, like, look, and I keep on hearing, and everything, navigating old frustrations requires new rules, right? The way you solve a continuing frustration is a new rule, because a continuing frustration is not the space by which you don't let something come into collapse by saying, look, if we put these rules in place, that will never happen again, right? If we do something, I keep on hearing something about this, like, if we do something on the daily, but not just doing something on the daily, but looking at new, I keep on hearing, like, new routines, like adding, I keep on hearing, adding new features to a relationship, that I almost say, like, I keep on hearing, like, I keep on hearing, bring the fun back into it too, is what I keep on getting, right? Like, I almost feel like you have to reward each other. You have to say, like, look, if we're able to do this consistently, like, this is what we're going to give ourselves. I guess you almost mean like, this is, if we reward each other consistently in this way, this is the reward we'll give each other, right? Like, almost, I keep on seeing, like, having some kind of space of saying, like, look, like, this is what we're gonna give ourselves for this many, I keep wondering, for this many days without an accident. It's like, if we go this many days without doing something, this is how we're gonna reward each other. I feel like I keep on hearing, if someone likes games, make it a game, right? Who says it can't be a game, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing, who says, like, who, if and again, if someone struggles with consistency and they love games, then make the consistency a game. Like, make the consistency a game so that it feels like something that one does with a sense of, I keep on hearing, with a sense of competitiveness, with a sense of joy, right? Like, almost, like, I keep on seeing, like, allowing that, like, so that it doesn't feel like a chore. It feels like, it feels like, I keep on saying, a chore becomes a joy when we do it in a way that we delight in it. Bottom of the deck, Yeah, especially with the King of Swords, right? Like I see someone, I don't know, they got aquarium placements. Like I see someone that has a little bit of that tendency to energetically escape, right? And I keep on saying there's nothing wrong with that, but the difference between saying like you have to change from that, but almost saying you don't have to. Like I feel like we can do it this way and you probably like it better, right? Like I feel like the solution isn't to get harder on each other, it's to get more creative. So if there's something here where someone you notice that they don't have the attentiveness to do something methodical, but they become riveted on something that is energetically creative, the solution is not for them to get more serious. The solution is to take the joy and put it into something that they feel an energetic aversion for. And I keep on hearing all it takes is a change of is a mindset shift that can make something that turns a chore into and I keep on hearing that turns a chore into like into a joy, right? That turns a chore into something that one delights in, especially if there's an energetic reward on the other side of it, is what I keep on hearing. So this might be like having a conversation. Potentially, the solution in terms of creating consistency is potentially applying or creating some kind of reward system, right? Like I keep on hearing, get rid, like get rigid with it, which is to say, I'm like I'm getting like chart. If someone likes charts and graphs, you're like, here's our charts and graphs. Here's our charts. Here's our chart. Here's the chart. You know, it's like bring the inner. Don't tell them they have to grow up. Bring the inner child into the conversation. Thank you so much for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing a reading giveaway. When we get to 150K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping the screen. We'll get to 150K in no time. Oh, I'm so glad to hear it. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, if you're joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list, you can do so via those same methods. For those who are joining us here, we do highest priority messages from Spirit, life path readings, past life readings, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. And if you have information that is relevant to our reading, if you have a dream you would like interpreted or a past life you would like more info on, you can put that info in the notes when you send the donation, or you can put it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. All right, where were we? And Kimoy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew, dear. Where were we? Thank you so much. Not the apple, how ironic. Apples are delicious. Ain't no judgment like no judgment. Ain't no judgment like a Christian judgment, and a Christian judgment don't quit. Thank you as well, Queen of Swords. Thank you as well, V. Yes, we are. Thank you for confirmation on the reading, Oracle Erica. Thank you, Agnes. I gotta point out, I do a lot of research into Leviticus. You gotta look at like the source of where those like where that's not Yeshua. It's not Yeshua. Like Leviticus is not Yeshua. You know, like it's like that. There's a lot of weird things in that one, huh? Check your source. Absolutely. Thank you. I'm so tired of the cycles, and this is what I keep on seeing. Oracle Erica, like working through the energetic cycle, which is I keep on seeing, not requiring someone to change, but accept who they are and piquing their interest, right? Regina, all of these readings are popping off on my feed today. I must need to hear this. Thank you for being here and receiving these readings, Regina. I don't know what the topic is, but it's definitely speaking to me. Thank you for receiving these messages. Thank you for confirmation, Oracle Erica. I can see the progress, but the withholding is hard. Well, we never want to be in a space that we're withholding. But I feel like I almost feel like I keep on hearing it's and this is what I keep on seeing. It feels good to be wanted, right? And this is the problem with hyper independence, which is like the space by which another person, like mostly in most contexts, when we're in relationships, someone is happy to help because it's a gift of being able to apply that force of care to a situation. Adam, thank you for those heart me's. We've been doing check-ins and everything. He makes promises and then half does them. Oh, yeah, you're not wrong. He struggles with consistency. He's a gamer. Okay, thank you for confirming what I was seeing there. Yes, biblical is for you, not me. I mean, listen, I mean, I think that like, you know, I mean, what is that? What is even like, I need to point out, I feel like I mean, I love the Bible. It's beautiful. There's incredible things, but you have to be able to read it like properly. This is an interesting perspective. Thank you, Per. Games people play, I ain't into it. I mean, listen, I need to stress this. I'm not saying we should not play games in relationship. But what I'm effectively saying in that particular reading, Belladonna, is if someone is trying to build routine into relationship and they're not like they feel like it's boring, like adding a quality of a game into it can sometimes create the ability of allowing the inner child to delight within it. I hope that makes sense. And Kamoy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Regina, thank you for the follow. Oh geez, my ex was an Aquarius and loved games. Oh no, Aquarians love games, man. You kidding me? You kidding me? I'll stop believing in astrology when you show me a single Aquarius that does not like a game. Oh, when you show me one Aquarius, man, you know? I could care less. Yes, thank you, Agnes. I literally started this with my partner too. Thank you for confirmation, Nikki. A point system with rewards. Yes. We've been neglected into it though. But and again, I like to point out, like sometimes with the training wheels, like when it's working, you can take the training wheels off. I didn't mean it. I didn't beat him every now and then to keep him on his toes. So like that. We're gonna have to restart it if thanks to this message. I love that, Nikki. Like 20 points if you work out. You get enough, you redeem a reward. That's awesome. You see, I love that. You see, that's exactly what I'm talking about. All right. Have an amazing day, Agnes. I don't channeling. I don't think that we should ever like we should be observant about weaponizing incompetence, right? And I like to point out, the way I would typically define weaponized incompetence is when someone says that they can't do something instead of they don't want to, right? Like it's like I feel like that's often what we have to work through. And I think that one of the things that we're seeing in that particular reading, because I read for Oracle before, is, and I think that they stated it, the fact that they've seen progress there, but it's like I keep on seeing, like if someone's doing something and they're not like the reluctancy. Sometimes if we're not like if it's something that's hard for us, we can't force joy into things. But that's why I'm saying if there's some way you can kind of do it in a way that it doesn't that allows for joy to be a part of it, if that makes sense. Like I know Doors this as well. The husband says that he always needs to be in the couple know this as well. Thank you for confirmation, Per. And that's like I like to argue. No, no, I agree. And listen, I'm talking I'm talking in the space of something that is mutually determined together. Not to be no, do not misunderstand me in terms of saying like don't make it like we should we it's not a game. I keep on hearing it's not a game if someone doesn't know they're playing it. The in relationship we can have games, but it's the game by which we heal inner child with mutual games. We should never look at anything in relationship. If you're in the context where something feels like a game and another person's not aware of it, that's what I would describe as something that's unhealed. I'm an Aquarius. I'm dealing with a partner who's playing a game now. I'm just sitting back and watching. Sending you so much support, Melly. Oh, wait, I think actually, wait, I think you're actually talking like they're actually playing I can't tell if I can't tell if you're saying that they're playing a game and you're watching them play one, or if you're talking more on like in like the deeper way, if that makes sense. Oh my God, so true. My ex and I had a chalkboard where he kept score. It's amazing. Oh, it's pure entertainment. Okay, I understood. I misread that, Melly. You understand what I meant? I thought you were, I was reading it. I was reading it like on a deeper level. I said that in connection to your comment about Aquarians, yes. Well, an unhealthy, yes, yes, channeling an unhealthy Aquarian. Yes, absolutely. No, I understand what you mean entirely. All right, let's continue right now. You're sitting outside. Oh my gosh, with your ducks and your bully. That sounds beautiful, little bit. I'm happy to read for you on that, dear. When we get to the one cards, I'll draw you a one card now. One card for a little bit. It's very much in alignment with what we saw in relationality to the reading today, which is remembering authenticity is not a reason to say something. Make sure that your authenticity is such that it is radical, not righteous. So the ability to bring authenticity to something that allows for the context of healing, not saying something honest because it feels good and it hurts another person. Yeah, bottom of the deck, Emperor, right? Authenticity is not a reason to be unkind, is what I keep on hearing. We can be authentic and kind in the way that we deliver authenticity. Thank you so much, little bit. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is, I've got here Alexandra. Alexandra, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list, woo, we're doing the werewolf dream. I'm excited. All right. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. I will also be closing the list shortly. So if you want to get on the list, I'll probably be taking maybe one more person today before the list is closed. So if you'd like to get on, please do so sooner rather than later. We are doing here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship, love, dream interpretations, and guide messages. All right. Oh, it's unhealed energy from him, unfortunately. Sending you support, Melly. All right. Yeah, definitely a mutual game. And you can decide on all of it together. Exactly. That's the kind of things we're talking about. Hi there, Miss Nikki. No, you didn't miss anything. We've just been doing, your reading hasn't come up yet. I just need to tell you right now, Alexandra, before we started reading, like you're reading, my right ear is going like wild right now. So this feels like there's probably a lot of import in the dream we're about to read for. And Liz, thank you for those roses. Thank you for the tea, Melly. Liz, these are, if you'd like to get on the list for a general reading, all you need to do is send the donation. I'll be happy to add you to the list. Inside tea, but not at all a secret. I just know it's long. I've already got 2 cards coming out on the reading. No, actually, really, all of these? Okay. The cards are out already. All right. Okay, there's a lot of them. Okay. Hold on a minute. Wow. Okay. Whew. It's like a saga. It's okay. All right. So before we do Alexandra's dream reading, we are going to do we're going to do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 4. All right, let's get to it. This is an inside tea dream. So hold on a moment. Bear with me a moment. Just getting to it. All right. So I need a moment to read over this dream, and then I'll give the interpretation. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, the list is open. I'll probably take maybe one, two more people on the list before the list will be closed today. Mm, yep. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. I am already annoyed by this dream. Oh my gosh, I'm so annoyed by this dream. Oh, come on. Oh, Lord. Oh my God. Oh my God. This dream is, oh my gosh, no wonder. All right, let's get to it. This is not a werewolf dream. It's not a werewolf dream because I got to stress something about this. This is a karmic dream. It's not a werewolf dream because in the context of the dream, you did not give any indication of someone being, becoming, or transforming into a werewolf. You said something really interesting in the way that you described the person in this dream. You said they revamped their look to resemble a werewolf, which is they are doing something that they're trying to make it seem like they're working to heal, but they're not really healing, right? Because what did we say? What did we say about before we started this reading about werewolf dreams? Werewolf dreams are important. That's why my ear was ringing, because it's the identification of doing proper set shadow work. It's confronting the part within, right? It's finding the energetic courage to confront the parts of ourselves that are difficult. What's interesting in the way you can tell this, as I keep on hearing, this is a pretender dream. Because you said that in the dream you saw the context of someone and it got you really upset. The reason it got you upset is because they weren't transforming, they were resembling. No transformation, but the illusion of having transformed is when we resemble something. We resemble things that we don't embody. And you called them out on it in the dream space. First thing you said you saw them and they resembled one. Further, you saw them hitting on someone, right? So this could be the context by which you're saying it's the feeling of someone that is not doing their shadow work. They're not really healing, but man, they've learned the words. They've learned the catchphrases. They know what it looks like, but they're not doing the stuff inside, right? And that's why I see that it got you so upset in the karmic space by which you're identifying the dream, because it's the audacity of not the fact that someone doesn't understand the fact that they need to heal. They're still avoiding healing, but they're taking all the words, right? They're adopting the persona of one who has healed in order to potentially build into the context of new relationship. And that's why I see that even in the context of the space that you talked about, like seeing these photos of them and like seeing them changing their appearance or doing something, right? Like it's giving me like you building the ick. You got the ick for them in dreams, which is like this is like the guide showing you saying this is what's so icky. It's not the fact that you actually feel like this person's healed, but you feel like they know enough about healing that they're taking the persona of someone is healed to try to build into the context of relationship. And you even said they were doing a wolf howl. You even said that they posted it. And I need to point this out. I have to stress this: a real werewolf would not be posting pictures of themselves wolfing out on social media. So it's more of the conversation of the fact that you feel like you're seeing something in relationality to this person that feels like it's deeply performative. Like if a werewolf is actually werewolfing out, like nobody's going to be around to take a picture of that. Like, oh, like you literally have a description. You literally describing a situation of someone like howling, like, and I feel like that's the space that you're like seeing this someone doing this in some way, shape, form, or fashion, and it's mortifying you. It's embarrassing. You know what I mean? Like it's embarrassing. I see you like I see you being like I see you being like, oh, because and then that's the thing. Resemble is not transforming. Um, you then described the fact that when they saw you seeing them using these moves, you ran away and they chased after you. And then what did they try to say? I was going to throw you a party, which is the observation of potentially someone, again, even in the karmic space, saying, I was doing that for you. No, no, no. I was doing all those. No, I wasn't doing it for that. I wasn't doing it for the waitress. Honey, I was doing no, 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 right? No, I was doing that for you. So even in that, the context of seeing someone that you feel is in the role of a pretender, in that even in the space that you catch them, you caught them like doing something untoward, they tried to articulate the fact that they were doing it for your benefit, right? And I keep on saying like the slipperiness of the adaptability of this person is something that we're identifying here, because I see the fact that you find it again, it's the observation of how mortifying it is to see someone that isn't owning up to things. But even in the space of what it is that they're trying to do, the only transforming that you're seeing is via the throat chakra, which is to say, like, again, a werewolf is someone who transforms entirely. They don't become slippery and just change what they say, saying it's not what it looks like. It's not what it looks like, right? That's the only transformation that you're seeing. That's not a werewolf. That's not a werewolf. That's a different animal. That's a different animal that says that a werewolf it does not say this isn't what it looks like. The werewolf says, now you can see me, right? So that's again, it's more of a confirmation of the slipperiness of someone who is trying to resemble a werewolf, but is not doing anything that a werewolf would do. Finally, you see again and again what they were saying. You said it makes no sense because you caught them at a party and you ran away, and you even in the dream you disbelieve the illusion. This is an energy. This is a karmic that coming to you in the space of the dream, and even in the dream you are disbelieving the illusion that they're trying to feed you, because even in the space of the dream they tried to catch up with you and say it's not what it looks like, and you being like, then it doesn't make any sense. And so it's helping you see the trauma of someone saying something that doesn't make a lick of sense, it's clearly not true, and then leaving it to you to have to energetically resolve it. I feel like a lot of this dream is a space of identifying like the changes, like the guides are almost showing you this to say like it's interesting too, because it's the observation of like what transforming means is like changing does not mean resembling something that has transformed. You then said, and then this is the important thing, and this is going to bring us to that last piece in the dream that you said, I don't know if this is important. And the guides are like, it is the most important thing. The last part of the dream that you said, I don't know if this is important, it's the most important thing. Because you said you can't remember what happened. And then you said also that at another point they showed up with a carved capital message with only the words, I want. And that is a continuation on the understanding of the difference of what we build upon when we want healthy relationship. When we're building into healthy relationship, we don't walk in and say, I want. We say, how are you? How have you been? What do you need? So it's more about the observation of the karmic connection. So this is basically showing you a karmic connection with someone that seems that even when they approach you, they don't feel like they have empathy to you. They only come towards you when they want something. And further, you may be seeing this person from a distance, and they're taking on the qualities and characteristics of a healed person. But it feels more like something that is for show in order to build energetic connection, which is the space by which you identified the difference between them actually being transforming, which would be the werewolf, someone doing the shadow work, versus someone who's just resembling someone who has the capacity to change, right? Resembling someone, there goes my ear again, someone who is resembling someone who has the capacity to change. This finally brings us to the last part of the dream. And that's the part that I said was most important. You said you were in a bowling alley and you were shooting that modified rifle and you were pretty good. You had no clue how you got there. The bowling alley and you being good to shoot at the rifle is why the relationship can't work. Because you're too good at seeing, you're too good. You're too good at seeing through someone. You're too good. You're too good at the game. Like it's like I see you almost being like looking at someone and saying, I know what you're doing, right? You're a good shot, right? Like the guides are almost reminding you, you've got really good aim, right? You've got really good aim. And often, right, when we've got really good aim, when you're not, like I keep on seeing, like you, and that's the funniest part about it, like they're almost saying in the dream, you are the werewolf. Because they're saying that the fact that you've got good aim, you don't know how you got there, right? Like those are the qualities and characteristics of someone who can transform. Like, what am I doing here? Oh, why am I so good at shooting this rifle? I don't know, right? Like the observation of recognizing transformational changes in you that you can't understand or define, but you just know to be true. They're actually showing to you, they're like, that's what transformation looks like, right? The quality of transformation isn't one that says, look how far it's come. It's the energy that goes, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. I'm doing my best with what I got, right? It's not, I keep on hearing, it's not something that you broadcast. It's something that you muddle through. Is what I keep on hearing, right? And like, I keep on seeing like that space by which you're just like, you're just like a perfect shot. Is the identity of saying the reason that someone can't get to you is because you can see right through them. Some relationships we're too good. We're too good. You're like, look at this, right? Like your aim is too good because it's like the space of saying sometimes when you try to fix something, you can't fix something like that if your aim's too good. Because it's like almost like I see you almost being like in that space of being like, I'm on to you. I see what you're doing. Can't unsee it. You can't unsee it, like just like you can't pretend that you can't shoot, right? That to have to stay in a relationship like that would almost feel quality would have to force you to be in a space where you have to pretend you can't shoot, which is the ability to say you have to pretend that you can't see something and you can't just hit the target on it. Like you have to pretend to be more naive. You have to pretend to be a bad shot, you know? You have to bottom of the deck, yeah. Like it's almost showing you the quality by which you would have to remain in a relationship, which is often like the space of saying like, I wish I didn't see that, can't unsee it, right? Sometimes when we see someone like in that modality, it's really, really hard to unsee it because I keep on seeing they're saying they're what they're really saying is, and again, like the guides are showing you with you holding that target is to say trust, like trust your when is your own perception let you down, right? Like I keep on hearing, the difference between someone who can actually transform and someone who seems like they're resembling or taking on the qualities of characteristics of someone who can transform, but doesn't desire to do so. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Alexandra. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I can probably take maybe one more person on the list today before the list is closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I also have to move Strega because she's being naughty right now. Hold on a moment. Strega, man, can we not, please? Got a whole bed, okay? Thank you. I know. I love you too. Yes. Okay. Sorry. All right, where were we? All right, where are we? Is this one? It's a private message to me per, I think, email. Yep. Yes, that's why I didn't want to read it out loud. Yep. I didn't want to share the annoyance. I didn't want to share the level of annoyance. Even me reading the dream, I'm like, yeah, share with the peasants. Share with the peasants. Yes, I am curious. Help me, I'm poor. I need tea to survive. I need tea to survive. Please, sir, can I have some more? Yeah, cosplay. It's a cosplay dream. It is. It's a cosplay dream. Yes, but I think it's interesting. It's interesting that it changed to cosplay. Oh man. Oh, or not, or autocorrect will cost them if they play games. Yes, intuitive text in text. Yes. Intuition test. Oh boy, absolutely, Miss Nikki. It's a charade. Yeah, like why are you acting that way? Yep. Amanda, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you for the compliment, Colleen. It sounds like my ransom letter dream. It does, doesn't it? It really does, Per. Good point. Thank you for confirmation, Miss Nikki. The werewolf did look like a Halloween costume. You used the word resemble. And Tay, thank you for your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew, like just the aspects. Oof, thank you, Alexandra. Good luck putting off this energy. Yeah, I was like, oh dang, that was pretty cool shooting. Yeah, and I keep on hearing they're like, like you can tell like you shooting is like the guys being like, you can tell the difference. You can tell how I often wonder how I got here. Yes. Oh my God, yes, I feel that. I do not wish they could choose. Yeah, I do wish they could choose to heal and be honest. Yes. I know she was being, did you hear her? She gets so mad at me. She's like, Mom. She's like, no, she wasn't saying I'm sorry. She was saying, how dare you? Are you kidding me? That was not Strega apologizing. That was Strega complaining that I was taking something away from her that she knew she shouldn't have. I think they're too much in their ego trying to like, that's exactly like you hit the nail on the head, Alexandra, with the dream, right? You think they're too much in their ego trying to prove something to the world, right? Yep. Thank you. I appreciate the insight. I'll remember the shooting message going forward. Absolutely. Grand Rising Team Olsana. All right. We're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Cindy, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question. You want to see the baby? She's over here. She's laying in the sun watching us. She'll get real mad if I bring her over right now. Oh, thank you for letting me know you emailed it, dear. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, I can probably take one more person today before I'll be closing the list. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything. Don't you dare. Really? Okay. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings and we can book private readings on my site. We do hear life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. All right, where were we? And thank you for letting me know you emailed it. All right, and if you have information that you feel, can you not, I just folded those. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post that information in the comments when you send the donation, or you can post it in the Discord in our allocated channels. I wish I could show you right now what she's doing. She has everywhere that she wants to sit, and she's literally positioned herself right on top of the clothes I folded, like a little perch. It's fine. Let's continue. It's fine. Okay. You see, that was not an apology. She's doing it on purpose. Okay. She's saying to me, I will sit anywhere I want. Is what she's saying. She is saying, I will sit everywhere, anywhere I want, especially here, is what I keep on getting. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Where were we? All right. We've got Cindy. Is this inside tea or outside tea? Is this something that you're comfortable having shared? Okay, I'll keep this between us. We're doing an energetic check-in. I see. Isn't it? Oh God, they drive. Yeah, tea with the queen. All right. Okay. Okay, I got you, dear. All right, can I please have? Yeah, can I have 3 cards, please, and one more. Okay. So one thing I keep on seeing, I mean, this feels to me like there's a lot of old trauma coming out of the word work here on something, you know, especially with this 8 of Wands in its reversal. I keep on hearing an old wound, which is something that feels familiar to something that energetically happened before, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on hearing too, a tower moment often occurs when we act upon our fears instead of talking through them, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like there is a conversation that, and I feel like you're already doing the work to energetically repair something, which is the observation of letting an anxiety get the better of the self. Um, Instead of, I keep on hearing like, and it almost feels to me like it feels to me like there was like a conversation that could have been had, which is the like I keep on hearing like a logical explanation for something as well. And I feel like I don't like I see somebody that is working through the understanding that when we care about each other, that like love often brings a lot of anxiety and fear to the surface. But I also think that there's something important to be navigated in relationality to having compassion for yourself, right? Because I do see um, there's something to be said in being in a difficult situation and the separation getting the better of us is what I keep on seeing, right? Like what I keep on hearing um, when we are in difficult situations, it becomes far too easy to allow our fears to get the better of us because I feel like there's something that you're having to do right now that's requiring a lot of that it's requiring a lot of that work in the context of like trusting an energetic process or working through something in such a way that I keep on hearing fortifies instead of instead of disintegrates is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like I almost, and it's interesting too, because I know you spoke about the context of therapy, but I almost feel like the thing that you need to talk to with another person is potentially doing something together because it feels to me like whatever this situation that occurred happened, there was a breakdown in communication. And I keep on seeing that that breakdown in communication, like I keep on hearing a healthy relationship should not require one to hold their breath, which is the space by which we hold our breath, because we're waiting for something and then we can't help it anymore. And when we let it out, someone says, well, you weren't doing enough work. You weren't holding your breath effectively. A healthy relationship should not require us to hold our breath. So I feel like there's something to be said about making sure that you understand that the work that needs to happen in healing something, it doesn't entirely rest upon you. That if there was a circumstance or situation that created that fear or that anxiety or that confusion in you, then the work needs to be mutual because just I keep wondering, just as it wasn't okay potentially for you to effectively jump to a conclusion, so too should there not have been a situation that made you, I keep on saying, so too should there not have been a situation that made you like trust, like I keep on hearing like trust in the process so much that you didn't energetically know what was occurring or what was happening is what I see. So make sure, I keep on hearing like make sure that you're not taking the lion's share of the burden entirely on the self. Because I keep on hearing that like trust is never demanded in a healthy relationship. Trust is energetically earned. And when we're going through something, I keep on hearing when we're going through something that puts a lot of pressure on our ability to trust, like so too we have to we like I feel like it's the work that we do in mutual that says, I don't want you to ever feel that anxiety. I want to be able to create something, I want to be able to do something in a way that you're not that you're not questioning what is occurring. Because I keep on seeing that there is some kind of situation by which there's like the ability to have like clarity on something, or the ability to understand what was energetically occurring, may have, I keep on hearing, may have avoided that tower moment that you're talking towards, right? And I almost see like what you want to make sure that you're not doing is making sure that you're not building into a relationship that feels like it is an endurance test, which is the observation of feeling how much anxiety you can take before it bubbles up to the surface. Because I keep on hearing some anxiety is valid, right? Especially if we're in very unusual circumstances. But that's why I keep on hearing, when we're in unusual circumstances, we work harder we work harder on partnership. We work harder on maintaining energetic connection. We don't come into the path work of having to build into the space or place of energetic assumption. Now, bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with the Three of Swords, right? Make sure, like, I keep on seeing, if there's something that was occurring that made you question something, then the work is mutual. It's not exceptional, which is the space by which, if you're going through an exceptional circumstance in relationship, like if you're going through something that's putting a lot of pressure on something, then it's not the energy that says how dare you that fixes it. It's the energy that says, I'm sorry I created the space that would make you question something. So there might be a conversation that you may have to have in relationality to that therapy that you're speaking towards, about potentially making sure that another person is potentially invested in it with you. Because I keep on hearing, this isn't necessarily focused entirely on it being a you problem. Like, I keep on seeing, if there's something that's coming up as it relates to old wounds, or as it relates to old triggers, or as it relates to even potentially a situation in the past that occurred between you and them, that made you, that like created that anxiety. If something happened between you both, and I keep on hearing, like, was this an again situation? Was this somebody was this you worried about someone falling back into an old pattern? Like that reassurance point, right? I keep on hearing, it's not a healthy relationship, does not require us to be in the space. Like some pain is natural, because it makes sense. And so I keep on saying, if this is a situation or circumstance where something has happened in the past that continually gets triggered, then that is something that you need to work on together. It's not something that you yourself have to work through. It's something that you need to find new ways of working through mutually, because that is the burden of the healing that needs to be energetically shared. So I keep on seeing, like, make sure that someone is as invested on that healing as you are. And I keep on hearing, if they're mutually invested in it, then that even even in the quality and condition of getting help with it, I keep on hearing, it's only help that you yourself need if you're saying to another person, there's something I can't stop doing, right? But if there's something that you can't stop doing, but there's a very reasonable reason for it, like if it feels like the pain is something that is related to something that is occurring, then I feel like it's like, it's not the energy that requires a healthy relationship, does not require you to disassociate in order to be within it, which is not the space that you get over things, but it's a space by which you identify what you need to do to heal something. So make sure that they are as invested in creating a healthy, energetic relationship that allows you the context of being able to rebuild trust with them, while also not making you feel like you have to apologize if something's happening that's energetically confusing and also triggering in the same breath. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, It's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is, I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 110K likes. When we get to 150K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 150K in no time. All right. Send us a pic on the disc. I will. I'll put a pic. I'll put a pic up there, V. She's like, don't see me. No, she's doing it in front of me. It's the opposite of don't see me. She's like, oh, do you see this? She's like, you didn't like this? How about this? Yes, that is exactly the face. That is the face she was making, V. She's like, leave me alone. Same Strega queen inside. Mine lays on all my paperwork. Tea with the queen. Yep, cats are like that. When I pull cards, she lays on them. Strega's eaten one of my decks. She just straight up ate a deck. There's a deck I can't use anymore because it's got her teeth puncture points in it. Thank you for confirmation, Cindy. Thank you as well. Oh, and thank you for the compliment, Miss Nikki. Sending you so much support on that journey, Cindy, and thank you again for winning that gift, and thank you for those gifts. All right, next person we're reading for today is, I keep on seeing the next person is, where are we? Who was next? We've got Chantel, I believe I wrote. I hope I'm saying that right. My handwriting is atrocious. I apologize. I believe it says Chantel. Chantel, if you're here, can you please let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And as I said, if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, I've got one more spot available before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on myself. Shanette, I apologize. Shanette, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? All right. Texture is yummy. My cat, exactly. Man, she loves eating paper. What is with cats and paper, man? While we're talking about cats, I'm getting on the list. Oh, I love it. Wonderful, Purr. All right. Second call right now on Shanette. If Shanette isn't here, the next person on the list for today is Queen of Swords. Queen of Swords, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Queen's question, let's do another intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide cards here. I've got the card revealed. We're going to count them back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will show the card. So go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. I like the direction of what we got here. I got Tay here, and I've got Alexandra. We had the cat, but it does look like a very tigery cat. So I'll accept tiger on this one too. Good job, guys. We'll do that after the next reading. Second call right now for Queen of Swords. Second call right now for Queen of Swords. Queen of Swords, if Queen of Swords is not here, we're looking right now for Queen of Swords or Shanette. Queen of Swords or Shanette. If Queen of Swords or Shanette is not here, the next person on the list for today is Sunshine Reverie. Sunshine Reverie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Deep, thank you so much for the follow. I know, you see all the cat energy? First, like, I'm going to do a cat reading. And I was like, cats! All right. Okay, I am looking right now. Okay, if anybody wants to get on the list right now, the list is open. And I am looking right now for Shanette, Queen, or Sunshine Reverie. If Shanette, Queen, or Sunshine, oh, hi there, Sunshine, welcome. Okay. I want to know if I should stick around where I am or, well, I'm just waiting for the rest of the reading. I know, did you see the synchronicities? Move back home to my stomping grounds. Okay, so one of the things that we do here is we never put our autonomy in the cards. We never look to the cards to make our decision for us. But what we can do is I can draw a card in terms of where you are now, a card on going back home, and advice going forward to help you in making that decision or that determination. Yeah, let me know if you're comfortable with that, and we'll proceed with the reading. All right. I do want to be where I will receive the most good and do the most good. Okay, that's beautifully stated. All right, so why don't we let's do an energetic read on where you are now, on what you can expect going back home, and advice going forward. All right, can I get a card on the energy of where they are now? Thank you. Can I get a card on on going back home? And advice going forward. Thank you. This is giving me a little bit of Goldilocks here. Also, I'm going to be pinning up, I'm going to pin up Sunshine. Guys, make sure to give Sunshine a follow. We want to support each other across the app. All right. You know, I feel like it's giving me, like, this is like, we got a lot of Goldilocks energy right now. It's giving me a lot of Goldilocks energy, which is saying to me, like, I feel like I see the fact that you've gone through some kind of transformation. I almost feel like you moved somewhere to do something and your heart's not really in it anymore, is what I keep on seeing. Did you have a Saturn return recently? I feel like I see your priorities changing, you know? Like I just see some kind of situation of you looking at something that you used to be like really, really energetically invested in, and just kind of like it's not, I keep wondering, it's not carrying the same importance or significance, or something has changed, is what I keep on seeing. Um, you know, the difficulty though that I'm seeing um in relationality to some place that you used to be is understanding something very similar to that as well. Um, you know, that old space. It's interesting too, because I almost see that you've got a little bit of this like sentimentality um coming up right now in relationality to going back to a past place. I would not move back there until you visit, because I keep on hearing someone say a lot has changed. Like a lot has changed since you left, you know? It's not the same place that you remember it to be, is what I keep on seeing. Um, I feel like I think the thing that I keep on seeing right now that needs to be addressed in this real reading is like finding somewhere that you feel at home, you know? Like I see you, like I feel like I almost see this like decide like this space of like desiring a simpler life, is what I keep on seeing, you know? Um I feel like I feel like the place that you're in now, it's like I keep on hearing like I feel like you went there to prove something to yourself. And that's why often, like that's why I said I'd be very curious as to when your last Saturn return was, because I see like the reason that you're desiring this change is because I see a circumstance or situation where you're like you're no longer in the mood of proving yourself to anyone or anything, you know? I feel like there's something that I see here that um I don't know why. Are you trying to start a new business? is what I'm getting. Like this almost feels to me like I see you like working on like reviving. I keep wondering, remember the difference between reviving an old dream and reminiscing on a different past is what I keep on seeing. Because they're saying to me that reviving, like, it might be a good time right now to revive an old dream, which is something that you said to yourself, "Oh, I don't think I could do that," because I keep on seeing you become the person who could, is what I keep on seeing. You know? Like, that's what I keep on getting around something. Like, something I keep on hearing, like, there's some kind of door. I feel like there's some kind of door of opportunity that's opened up to you, um, in relationality to starting something. And I keep on saying, if you're trying to start something, the major thing you have to operate on is arriving to a location where you can serve that energetic need. And that's what I mean. I would say, like, I would actually say this is, I feel like the next 6 months you should spend in following your bliss, traveling around to a certain extent, because I feel like what's really happening here is like wanderlust is the song of saying, I don't know what I'm looking for, but I'll know it when I see it. And so I want you right now to be really focusing on what those manifestation goals are. Like, I don't want you attaching a location to it, but I want you talking about writing down like the perfect situation and circumstance for you. And then I want you to start visiting places. I keep on saying, I want you to start visiting places that pique your interest. Because what I'm really seeing here is I see you settling down somewhere, but I don't see it in the space that you're in now. And interestingly, I don't see it in the space where you used to be. Like because I see like I see you going back to something and being like, this is not how it, like this is not, this is completely different now. You know, like I almost see, like I almost see you going back to something somewhere where you used to be, like you said, those old stomping grounds. And like that's what I meant with the Goldilocks effect, right? Like I see one place that's too big, and I see one place that's too small. But that's what I see. Like if one place feels too big and one place feels too small, then the decision is finding what feels just right. And it might not be those two locations that you're articulating upon, is what I keep on seeing. So I want you writing down the manifestation goals right now. I want you to write down exactly what it is that would be your energetic ideal as it relates to, I keep on hearing, how your day to day would be, what the shape of it looks like. And then I want you to go try on locations. I want you to take that manifestation and I want you to go try on locations, which is the space of saying, like, going to places that pique your interest and saying, can I see myself doing that here? Because everything I keep on seeing, like, I don't, I feel like I keep on hearing the word visit, which says, like, let those trips help you fortify on a decision. And I can see even now, like I can, like if you want to go back to where you used to be for a short period of time, you can. But I have a feeling when you get there, like I keep on getting, there's a bit of a Goldilocks here. So I keep on hearing like where you are right now, too big. Where you used to be, too small. Like the space that contains you is one that I feel like is one like you're still, like you're still on the journey of finding, especially with that Six of Cups. Ace of Pentacles. You know, I said there's something about this. I keep on feeling like there's something about this, about the sky being the limit. You know what I mean? It's interesting. I feel like you've got some kind of opportunity that's allowing you to be portable in a way that you haven't been portable before. You know what I mean? Like I feel like there was something. I feel like there's something dissolving. I feel like you're the location you're in now. You are only there for something. And that's why I keep on seeing that, like, there's something, like I said, like something about that, you know what I mean? Like, look at that Ace of Pentacles. Like, this is just further confirmation on that Goldilocks mentality. which is the space by which I feel like you have to embrace like the excitement of discovery, which is looking at something and saying, do I feel like, I feel like there's something about you, um, like, I don't know if I keep on getting some kind of like, like some kind of path work in relationality to some kind of new profession or some kind of new opportunity. And that's what I mean. I feel like the next place I see you in, like I see you there for quite some time. Like I see you building something there. And that's why I keep on seeing, like I keep on getting that, um, you know, there is like, I keep on saying like, don't rush. I keep wondering, don't rush that decision. Maybe like, I almost feel like you have to look at the location you're in now. Like I keep on hearing, choose a location now that's energetically temporary as you figure out what's going to be your future permanent, which is the space by which you say like this is like, I keep on hearing like almost saying to someone like, this is my headquarters as I figure out where I'm going to be next. Right, so think more about finding a good centralized location that you can stay in that allows you to travel around to figure out where you feel most comfortable, is what I keep on seeing. Because I feel like I almost see you like in some kind of midpoint. I almost see you like potentially returning back to a place that you used to be as you decide where you're going, is what I keep on hearing. So, and I want you to kind of, and if you don't, I keep on hearing, if you don't feel happy there, then I want you to reaffirm and say to yourself, these are temporary headquarters, right? These are temporary headquarters that I find myself in as I try to figure out where my future is going to take me. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. It might be a really good time too right now, Sunshine, to look into astrocartography. If you go onto because I feel like there's something I keep on hearing. You've got this like opportunity and relationality to going somewhere, like being able to see what might be a good place to visit that could be very much in alignment with your own astrology right now. It could be a very good time for that. Thank you so much, Sunshine, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I can take, list is closed. But if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right, I believe Queen is back. I'm just going to double check and read over the comments that came through as I was reading. I know the synchronicities right now. I've been seeing a lot of them ever since this retrograde started. I do want to be where I will receive the most good and do the most good. And that's what I meant about like giving yourself some time to figure out where that place will be. Goldilocks energy. I hope that makes sense as I gave that reading energy, Ella. Too big, too small, just right. Recycling, yes. Am I on the list? Yes. Where did you send? Can you just confirm where you sent the donation with, don't put the whole name of it, just give me the initial. I think we all romanticize the past a lot. Well, especially right now. This energy right now makes it really easy. Venus and Cancer, really easy to romanticize the past. Welcome, Queen. Yes, you'll know it when you feel it. I love that. My temporary headquarters. Definitely hit home. You're so welcome as well, Randa. Thank you for the compliment. You're welcome, Sunshine. Thank you for confirming, Per. And thank you as well, Ella. Marie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew, and thank you for sharing the live. All right, Queen. Could you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? And while we wait for Queen's question to come through, let's do another intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when I get to 1, I will reveal the card. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Adder. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. Second call right now for Queen. Could you let me know what your question is, dear? Second call right now for Queen. Spirit led. I got you, dear. Can I get 4 cards for Queen Spirit led? Okay. Thank you. 2 more. You know what? I've got some energy here. You know, I feel like you got a strong message coming. I'm going to pin up Queen here, guys. Make sure to give Queen a follow. We want to support each other across the apps. Um, man, I got a little bit of this, like, look, I'm going to tell you right now, it's giving me a lot of like, make it make sense energy, you know, because it says to me, like, when we are not, how do I explain? I mean, when we are not in a healthy space, we speak hyperbolically, right? Which is the space by which we understand that we don't try to, I keep on hearing, we don't try to move conversations forward by articulating on false decisions, is all I keep on hearing. We never, ever, ever, we never articulate upon trying to force something forward by articulating on a false decision, right? Because what happens when we do that? Like when someone is in a space when they're energetically like, and that's the thing about it, like that is literally like someone like hyping up what they claim to do, right? You can't, don't be hyping up stuff that you can do, because what happens to the person who hypes up what they're going to do when someone says fine, do it, right? And and it's like it feels to me a little bit of that type of energy there, you know. This is why we talk about like the incredible power of surrender, because surrender is not the context by which you accept a threat, but you honor another's decisions. And I feel like this is like I see some kind of situation, and the reason I'm getting like frustrated and reading for you is I feel like there's some kind of energy around someone. Like I keep on hearing the guides are saying, be conscientious of someone who talks a big game, which is the space by which they articulate constantly upon like what they define that they're going to do, but then they never energetically activate on it, right? Nothing gets done in the talking phase. And I feel like this is like I see somebody, but like you'd be surprised. I keep on hearing you'd be surprised how much energy, like captivate, like energy that is too like energy that's looking for distraction will try to captivate upon what it is that they would like to do, but never effectively taking the energetic action upon it. And so I feel like I keep on getting the message, you don't need a healthy manifestation is ever patient, never like always patient, never waiting, which is the context by which we recognize or identify like like if you're going forward on something and you gave someone, I keep wondering, you gave someone the opportunity to do something with you, that's why they can't have hard feelings about it, is what I keep on getting, you know? I feel like you have to there's something really important about that in relationality to um like another person articulating upon their own energetic limitations versus um I feel like that's the like what are you gonna what's someone gonna say, oh, I got mad because they didn't wait for me, like that's the kind of energy I'm getting, you know, like make it make sense, because I see something here, you know. I feel like there's something around you that you articulated upon an energetic possibility to someone. And that's why I keep on hearing when when someone is in a healthy space, they'll articulate and define and say, like, I can't do that now, but this is when I can do it. Like this is when I can reasonably expect it. Versus energy that perpetually puts you on hold. And I feel like that's the thing. And I keep on hearing, if you are feeling like someone is constantly doing this, then I keep on hearing it's not about being nice. It's about being able to articulate why you're energetically upset. And I keep on hearing it's okay to be honest. And it's like you can recognize that your honesty can move something forward, or it can help someone understand why you're energetically upset. And I keep on hearing it's not righteous to be upset. It's only righteous to be upset if you're articulating a truth to someone specifically with the reason to hurt them. Not to not it's radical to say to someone, look, I honor, this is how I feel about it. This is a position you're putting me in. So I keep on hearing the guides are saying, like healthy energy does not require you to bend over backwards. Healthy energy, when we articulate upon the reasons why we're upset, we work to resolve them by not creating a situation that's so impossible it almost feels like it's energetically untenable. And I feel like this is really important because I almost see some kind of situation where someone is trying to make it seem like you are being the unreasonable one, but they're setting unreasonable standards. So make sure, I keep on hearing, make sure that you're not being reactive to that. Make sure that you're just I keep on hearing, observe it, don't absorb it. And keep on articulating to another person that you're just doing, I keep on hearing you almost saying, having to say to someone, I'm just doing the things that you are articulating you need me to do, right? Because I almost see somebody around you who has some kind of tendency of and this is what I mean about some kind of sweeping gesture, saying something in some kind of hyperbolic way and then being surprised when everything changes around that. Because I keep on hearing the same message. It says when we're in healthy relationship, we don't talk hyperbolically because we honor each other's choices. And when we honor each other's choices, we don't assume that someone said something to elicit a reaction from us. We just assume that that's the thing that they meant that they meant. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like this is this is giving me somebody this is why energy that when you try to anticipate another's actions, you get the reward of being with energy, being with shady energy, right? Because it's not, I keep on hearing, healthy conversation is not a cup game. It shouldn't be it shouldn't be a situation of being like, I know I said that, but this is what I meant. I know I said that, but I didn't really mean that. I was expecting you to do this. And that's a context. Like, I see somebody who's basically like locked themselves out of your life because they didn't take you seriously. And then they said something incredibly silly. And then you might have been the best person they ever met because you just honored their choice instead of struggling against it. It's painful when it happens, right? It's heartbreaking, but I feel like that's the space that like you can't leave the context of having to say to another person, I'm not going to be in the space, like I'm not going to be in the space of entertaining like your own like I feel like I'm not going to be in the space of entertaining your own ability of not speaking authentically. That's a them problem. It's not a you problem. And I like to point out we are not passive aggressive on things we know we should be bothered by. We're only passive aggressive when we recognize something that we cannot heal because we're too embarrassed to talk about it, because we realize that it is silly to think it, which is usually the identification of recognizing that the work needs to happen within, not without. So as long as you're doing that work, I keep on hearing, don't bend over backwards to try to understand the subtext of what another person's delivering to you. Make sure that they're having the responsibility of saying the things that are important and saying them in a way that are clear. Don't no read. I keep on hearing no reading into healthy energy. Thank you so much, Queen, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to be on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. The next person we're reading for right now. I need to ask her, would it be entirely possible for us to move the reading till tomorrow? Because I want to make sure that I'm leaving enough time to do one cards. And I'm a little bit short on time right now. Just let me know, dear. I'll be happy to include an extra card in that reading as well. Okay, I'm just going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as was reading. Yeah, it is a lot of a welcome to retrograde season on that reading. You know, like I see somebody almost around you being like, I didn't expect it to get, and be like, what did you expect? You know, like someone did not take you someone did not take you seriously. Yep. Thank you as well, dear. Thank you, Per. I appreciate that. No, and I keep wondering, like, that's what you have to write down, especially as it relates to someone. If someone's coming towards you in a really confusing way, I want you writing that down somewhere. Healthy relationship does not require you to read into the subcontext of what another person means. It's just the ability of taking each other's word at face value. Thank you for the compliment, Amelia. All right, my friends, we are moving into one card readings for subscribers. How are you doing today, Happy? If you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, you can hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen and you'll be eligible for one card. Also, if you're a subscriber and would like an animal spirit guide card, make sure that you are also recharging your heart knees, and that will make you eligible for an animal spirit card as well. All right, where are we? You're so welcome, Queen. Haley, can I have one card on how to fully step into this new version of myself? Love that question. Trust your instincts. Trust your intuition. I feel like it's a lot of that space of saying, what would my higher self be doing right now? And just and stepping into that embodiment. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I keep on hearing it's not selfish if it's reciprocal. Right? I feel like I see a lot of like no talking down on yourself is what I keep on hearing. Like it says to me with these cards, a lot of the inner child healing that you're doing right now is being able to recognize and identify your own integral value. Animal spirit guide card, please, for Haley. Yeah, the hawk, which is very much in association with that high priestess, right? We don't talk to ourselves that way, right? Like stopping yourself when you start to put yourself down is what I get, you know, appreciating and honoring your value. One card, highest priority for Bridget, please. Honoring, actually the opposite, honoring your anger. right? It's not, I keep on hearing, it's not about, it's like being compassionate does not mean trying to make things nice all the time. It's calling things out when they're not, is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, temperance, right? Like your rage is sacred if it can be explained. You know what I mean? Like it's like your rage is sacred if it can be explained, which is if something that you're saying like is something that is valid, like it's okay to talk about it. Animal spirit guide card cat, right? Rage is not like the difference between righteousness and radical is righteous as being protective about something, right? Is being upset because it empowers the self to feel so, right? I keep on hearing empathy is always radical because it's not righteous, right? Like it's like I keep on hearing empathy. I don't. Your guide's saying to me, empathy is always radical because it's not righteous, because it's not about the space of thinking primarily about ourselves and being protective. It's about articulating upon why we care about things the way we do. One card for Chrissy regarding connection, please. The Strength card in its reversal. Energy, and nobody tells me what to do ends up alone. It's like I keep on getting like when we are not, it's not about telling, it's like it's giving me some kind of energy of someone being like working through something where says like, you don't have any power over me, being like, that's fine. Like it's not about like, it's not like if someone is so in the space of the ego, they'll look at the things that we would often require from a point of relationship and see them as some kind of method of control. And I keep on seeing it's not about like trying to come into a space of like understanding something that is like a standard is not needy. It's not demanding. It's just holding an energetic standard. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like don't let someone try to wait out a conversation, which is to say, if someone's coming back to you, right, make sure they're not like saying to you, like, are you done yet? Like, make sure that they're not saying, like, checking to see if you're no longer upset about something. I feel like it's like you and another person having a tete-a-tete being like, are you ready to discuss it? Like animal spirit guide for Chrissy. Yeah, the fire dragon, right? It's like you're angry all the time is the song of someone being energetically negligent, right? It's the understanding as to why we feel the way we do, right? The ability to talk it through something that isn't just about like allowing the energy of saying, don't make me mad. It's the energy of saying, this is why I'm upset, right? It's not, I feel like there's like, I keep on seeing like that's the apology. Like, it's not about having to apologize all the time and being like, don't you regret of making me upset? Being like, I don't want to hurt you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Chrissy. And thank you for being a subscriber. Oracle Erica, highest priority message, please. Continue to be, don't just be consistent on what you're working on right now, right? A little bit every day goes a long way. So make sure you're setting like consistent milestones for yourself and make sure that you're charting your progress. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Right. Making sure that we're not expecting, like we don't like healthy relationship. We don't build into the changes that we demand in each other. We accept who we are, and we work on, like I keep on hearing, frustration can fine tune a relationship, which is working through continual frustrations and defining what we can do better. So let the frustrations be a space to fine tune, and I keep on hearing no harboring them, and no animal spirit guide for Erica. Yeah, the B, right? The productive conversation is not one that says this is why you get what you get from me. It's what can we do better? How can we improve upon this? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. A spirit animal card. Hold on a moment. Just a spirit animal card today, Queen. I got you. One sec. One spirit guide card for Queen. One moment, please. The Earth Dragon. This is like, I feel like I keep on saying someone did not take you. Like, when you meet I feel like somebody, I feel like reading on, like, you're good to your word, you're true to your word. And someone that is not able to heal the past often will be in the space that they regret something, because I feel like I see somebody recognizing that you were like energetically authentic, because I keep on hearing nothing. When we are in a healthy space and we see someone that honors our choices, we don't argue with another person or try to change minds. We just are respective of them. Bottom of the and so I almost see like that space of another person, like you honoring another choice. I keep on hearing you honoring another person's choice is helping them understand the decision of their mistakes, which is to say like not saying something in a hyperbolic way, but in a way that I keep on hearing, we say what we mean what we say, we don't say things to get our way, which is the space by which we don't expect someone to fight against something we say. We recognize our words are blessed and we honor each other's choices. One card on advice for Alexandra from Spirit Guides, please. I feel like you're like, it's giving me a lot of like, it's, I feel like you're having to navigate. I feel like it's interesting because I almost feel like the guides like gave you a karmic dream to help you like have to like look at something with a state of empathy. And I keep on hearing, if you're looking at something that you feel disappointed upon instead of devastated, I feel like they're offering it to you to say like, look how far you've come. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like it's interesting too, because it's saying to me it's a message on authenticity, right? Like authenticity, like I keep on hearing authenticity is not just knowing the right thing to say, it's having the energetic intention behind our actions. So I feel like this is you continuing to heal, because I feel like I keep on hearing you can see through that because you do that work, right? It's like you can see through, like you. I remember when I said like it's in there. I knew it, man. I was gonna say about to say you are the werewolf. Like in the dream, it was the context of saying the reason you could tell someone not a werewolf. You said that they resembled one is because you are doing that work. And when we understand and embody what it takes, we can see through someone. We can see through someone that's doing it, like I keep on hearing, that's doing it for appearances instead of doing it internally. That's wild. Wow, that was really cool. Thank you so much, Alexandra, for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. One card of advice on exam tomorrow. Got you, Ava. It's keep on. I feel like just make sure that you're well rested, make sure that you're nourished. Don't get too stressed. Bring that confidence into it. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Tower card and its reversal, you know, like it says to me, I keep on hearing like it's giving me, give yourself extra time to get somewhere, is what I keep on seeing. No last minute energy, especially with all this retrograde stuff going on. Animal spirit guide, yeah, the hind, right? I keep on seeing like give yourself that wiggle room. The one card on medium message from my late great grandmother. Ooh, beautiful. Um, I feel like they're like I feel like it's interesting because they're like it says to me that you're very, very similar to them. Not just I keep hearing not just in name but in body, right? I yeah, the four of pentacles, them, right? Like they're very a lot of similarity, different time, right? I wouldn't be surprised if you have a lot of I wouldn't be surprised for having dreams about them, because it almost feels to me like I feel like there's something about them communicating that you're carrying on their legacy in some way, shape, form, or fashion. Thank you so much, V. One card for Ella, highest good, please. Um, if someone says they're disappointed in you, remind yourself to remind yourself in terms of what they're expecting. You don't exist for another person's perception. Yeah, Empress energy, right? Finding yourself often requires us to disappoint those that don't see us right? It's like it's the energy that I almost feel like I hear something that says, I delight in disappointing those that do not have the same aspirations as I do, right? It's the observation. I feel like I see you very much in that protective modality. Animal spirit guide for Ella. Yeah, the hind, right? I delight in disappointing you if we don't share the same desires, right? Thank you so much, Ella. Heck yeah, you're welcome, Haley. Not romanticizing the past, let the rage out. I know it's hard right now, Bridget, because I told you that Venus, that Venus in Cancer, man. Cosmic, thank you for the follow. I got you, Ruby. So good to see you. Okay. Um, assume the best, right? I keep on seeing bring a level of courtesy to something. Like don't get upset. Let that sense of like identifying and recognizing like what I keep on hearing and honest like working through an honest mistake is the space of saying like what can we do to fix something is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, 10 of cups. Don't like I keep on saying don't get frustrated, be positive in relationality to the conversations that you're having in terms of like what things look like going forward. Animal spirit guide, especially with the adder, you know, how can I help something? Like what is there more I can do? Right? Like not getting frustrated, asking the right questions. Lisa, I got you. Spirit led around relationship. Rocky, yeah, I got you, dear. I keep on hearing ask yourself the intentions of what others tell you, right? Um, like I keep on seeing it doesn't make it okay, but understanding, I keep on hearing something that was energetically well intentioned based upon another person fearing that you wouldn't energetically believe them on something is what I keep on seeing. Um, yeah, bottom of the deck with the chariot. I keep on hearing the space was is there something that another person delivered to you that they feared that you would not have been okay if you did not get to know them? Because sometimes when we understand that, it can help us understand and with empathy why someone said something that we might not like that may have felt like I keep on hearing like did something did something change in the validation point between what they expected versus what they arrived to is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the water dragon. Doesn't make it okay, but sometimes understanding helps us have a better conversation on what we think. I keep wondering when someone has done something that we don't think is okay, it's important for us to articulate what they should have done. So if you're having a hard time about like understanding like what they should have done, that might be something that has to be worked through. So make sure that you're not just saying to someone that something was wrong, but telling them what you would have done instead to help fortify what could be a productive conversation and not just an emotional one. Standing up to do or myself, I know, sending you so much support, Ruby. You're so welcome, Chrissy. A werewolf. Exactly. You got it, Jess. A werewolf. Exactly. I love that. Do you see anything? We are doing one cards, Jojo, if you'd like to become a subscriber. Did you see that, Alexander? That was wild. Depth over display. Thank you. Time management, not my biggest strength. Again, something I'm working to improve upon. Change their language, Ava. Hi there, Heaven. You're welcome, Ella. Jojo, these are one cards for subscribers if you'd like to subscribe. Melly, one card spirit led on relationship with partner. It's what we can do better. It's not saying like, it's not the energy that says that we look at the past as reference point, not as validation for behavior in the present, right? That's what it feels to raise a standard. Raising a standard is the space by which we don't look to the past to say why we're lowering it. It's when we identify trying to do better because of the past, not despite of it. Yeah. Like make sure someone is not saying, well, this is what happened in the past, so this is why you get what you're getting from me. The past should raise our standards, not lower them. Because when we look for reasons to be hurt, to defend what we're giving something to someone lower, we will always look for reasons to be hurt because we're allowing the context by which we articulate It's like we unconsciously start to seek them out instead of identifying how we can do something better. Animal spirit guide for Melly. Yeah, you see that, right? Every day is a new start to do something in a better way. This is why we don't hold on to resentment for the past. We look to the past as library. How can we do it better? Jojo, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Ruby. All right, my friends, and thank you, Allie, for those heart me's. We've reached the conclusion of the daily collective reads for today. Final call for any of my subscribers who would like a one-card reading. For those of you who have become subscribers today, welcome. I'd encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel to introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find there in the perk section a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is on August 13th. If we will be back on tomorrow at our usual time, 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Turning on my bell. Nikki, I was waiting for you, dear. I was looking for you. Oh, you got 2 cards coming through. Did you get on the list, dear? I've got 2 cards for you coming through. So you got a 2-card reading. No, it's okay, dear. You got a 2-card reading right now coming through. Did you send a donation for the reading? But I apologize. I didn't see your question come through for your 2-card. So you have 2 cards coming through because you are the second highest gifter. So could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? It might not have come through. General, I got you, dear. Can I get 2 cards, please, for Nikki? Don't let someone change their experience of the past. What is this? Don't let somebody don't let somebody this is saying to me this is, someone can't walk away from you and then say that they were hurt because you didn't chase after them. Right? Like, don't let someone I keep on hearing, you can't say that you were hurt because someone didn't chase after you. That's not how it works, is what I get. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the call of love is, I thought you'd do anything for me. And the healthy energetic love is healthy love. We don't ask that of each other. Love is not an endurance test. It's not the space of seeing what someone will do. It's the space of saying it's like working better for something. So make sure someone is not trying to take credit for your progress and being don't let them try to reframe and say I knew you had it in you. Animal spirit guide card. Yeah. You don't get to tie someone to the train tracks and feel like you deserve credit for coming back to untie them. It's not the space of that. It's the space of understanding that we take accountability for what we can change. We don't create that feeling of saying to another person, you should be grateful. It's like, no, it's like you should be consistent is what I keep on seeing. So I keep on hearing your standards are your standards. Don't let someone reframe what happened based upon the fact that you didn't chase after them. Sending you so much support on that journey, Miss Nikki. As I mentioned, friends, we'll be back on tomorrow. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Turning on those notifications will activate them. You can also register directly for the event because sometimes the app doesn't push out when I've gone live. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. Thank you so much to all of my subscribers. Thank you so much. I deeply, deeply appreciate and value you. And thank you for helping to support me in doing this work. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you for all of your help today, Kay Megan. I hope you guys, and for everyone who shared the live, I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.